Okay, perfect.
I'm ready when you're ready.
Okay, Mayor, I'm going to ask, it looks like our audio recording has begun, so you're clear to start, Mayor.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the December 21st, 2020 regular City Council meeting for the City of Port Hueneme. If you could please stand and join me in the flag salute. Charles is going to bring up a flag, I believe. Apparently, Charles is not going to bring up a flag. I have one behind me. There we go. Hand over heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. I'm sorry, indivisible, liberty and justice. Well, I apologize. I totally messed up the flag salute, which is very embarrassing. Tonight's inspiration, this meeting is going to be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920 and the orders of the Ventura County Public Health Officer issued March 20th, 2020, Stay Well at Home order. Tonight's inspiration is going to be provided by Councilmember Hernandez. Oh my gosh.
Sir, may we do a roll call before we get into the inspiration?
Yes, thank you, Christy.
Oh, my pleasure.
Councilmember Hernandez.
She looks stuck.
I think she was using her phone audio, so we may have a bit of a delay trying to get her audio working properly.
Councilmember Martinez.
Present.
Councilmember Perez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Mayor Gama, I have Mayor Pro Tem Rollins on the phone. He's relaunching, and he'll be in the room here shortly. So he said here on his behalf.
Okay. And Councilmember Hernandez.
Mayor, I'm back online. I'm back on my iPad. I guess the phone arrangement didn't work, but I just wanted to refer back to Saturday's toy giveaway and the spirit of giving that we're in right now. People really need our help in as many ways that we can help them to enjoy a nice, pleasant holiday and a Christmas. And it was just so enjoyable to work with our new council members and our former council members on Saturday and work with city staff. It was such an inspirational day, a beautiful day out at the beach. And it's a day that I'll always remember as far as us working together and setting the tone for our future efforts here on City Council. So with that, I would like to offer that with my inspiration.
Thank you. And I echo that sentiment. It was a great evening. And I'd like to apologize for blanking out on the Pledge of Allegiance. And I think I'd like to do it again just to get it right. So could I see the flag again?
Mayor, bear with me for just one moment and I'll pull it up, sir.
Yay.
And what a way to start, right? And I was going to try and clear my nerves because it is a little.
It's okay. It's okay. It's not an easy job.
I wanted to start off with a joke and say, I'm a little scared, so don't be scared, chicken, and take the edge off.
We can use your flags.
Yes.
I apologize,
Right.
Mayor. I'm having trouble right now sharing the screen.
Okay. So,
Okay. I'm going to say the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would like, you could join me along. I'm going to face the flag in my corner. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance
pledge allegiance to the flag
of the
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for allowing me to embarrass myself. Okay. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead again. I forgot these are, okay. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for tonight's meeting?
I think we need roll call, don't we?
We did it while you were gone.
Oh, okay.
But then yes.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the city council agenda.
I second.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here,
the
or are we saying?
Councilmember Perez. We're doing the agenda approval. Sorry, we've done the vote. This is a roll call vote for the agenda approval.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins. I don't believe he's back on yet. And Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0 with Council Pro Tem Rollins absent.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any general public comments?
Yes, sir, we have two.
And I'm going to ask our city clerk to read those into the record.
The first comment was received from Mr. Seth Bonilla. It reads, Honorable Council, I would like for the city to consider a dog park integration with the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. I do not have a cost analysis for this enhancement, but would imagine that the cost effectiveness would be less than that of a dog park on its own. I am confident that the council is aware of the community's interest in the master plan for parks and recreation, and that this project can serve several venues for all the practical purposes it presents, not only for community members, but also travel, tourists. Enhancements to this project could include dog park integration, partial theme park integration. Thank you for your valued time and consideration, Honorable Council. That was received Wednesday, December 16th.
Thank you.
The second comment is from Elena Perez, and she writes, Good evening, Mayor Hernandez and esteemed council members. We'll have to publicly advise of the reorganization for Mayor Gama. My name is Elena Perez, and I'm a student at Pacifica High School and a youth leader with Future Leaders of America. I wanted to make a comment regarding the smoke-free ordinance you all voted on this year. Congratulations on your decision on making Port Hueneme Beach a smoke-free zone. This is a great first step towards creating a healthier environment. However, much more is needed from the council to protect our public health. As you may all know, the American Lung Association has given Port Hueneme an F letter grade this year. This report evaluated Port Hueneme's record on proven effective tobacco control policies necessary to save lives. Because of this, I urge you all to take steps further towards protecting the public health of our city. Port Hueneme must ban flavors, vaping that target our youth and implement no smoking policies in multi-unit housing. Vaping has taken over our high schools. Before the pandemic, students would go into restrooms to vape. This would trigger our smoke alarms to go off constantly throughout the day. It happened so often that our classes wouldn't even flinch when a smoke alarm blared. It would be so bad that when you wanted to use the restroom, you would be walking into smoke-filled stalls. These students don't understand how bad vaping affects their health. They have been manipulated to believe vaping is healthier and won't harm them. The tobacco industry has purposely made products more attractive to youth with flavors that mask the harshness of nicotine. Because the tobacco industry understands that flavored vaping is a gateway for youth addiction, they have purposely used nicotine salts instead of regular nicotine because it has a higher concentration to be inhaled and absorbed more quickly. Vaping has made a comeback for smoking in high school, and we must ban flavors because it targets our youth. Furthermore, the fact that we don't have any policies to protect our community members in MUH or multi-unit housing is heartbreaking. A ban is important to me because I have a sister and two nieces that live in the MUH area, and there is nothing in place to protect them from the harmful chemicals in smoking. Since they live in MUH, they only have a say for what happens in their home. They have no control over the other residents that may be smoking close to them. Even though in their homes they aren't smoking, they are still being greatly affected by the secondhand smoke that travels through vents, windows, and common areas. You may think that secondhand smoke isn't harmful, yet secondhand smoke contains hundreds of toxic chemicals in which may lead to cancer. I urge the council to choose the community's public health over profit for the tobacco industry. We must ban flavors, vaping for our youth's health, and we must ban smoking in MUH areas in order to protect our family and community members. And that's the end of the general public comments.
Thank you. We have a presentation, Chief Salinas, a COVID-19 and community business update.
Hey, so I have, okay, never mind. I won't let people in the waiting room in yet. I'll let Charles do that. I'm going to share my screen here.
Who took a picture?
Okay, can everyone see the title page here, opening screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So let's get started. So this is going to be a tag team presentation. Originally, Steve Kinney was going to give a majority of the presentation, but since our COVID numbers are off the charts right now, I'm going to be given a quick three-slide summary of what's happening right now in our county as well as in our city. So I always like to compare the last meeting to where we're at now with our current meeting. This does not include the statistics that just came out 2 hours ago. This is up till this Friday. The numbers that came out just a couple of hours ago are actually pretty frightening. But just to kind of give you a quick glimpse as compared to the last meeting, key things I'd like people to focus on these two charts here is ICU bed capacity 2 weeks ago was at 15%. On Friday, it was at 2.2%. 2 hours ago, it was downgraded to 0%. That means we are at our capacity. We have no ICU beds available, which means that hospitals are going to have to start finding additional space in their hospitals. We do have plenty of ventilators, but we just don't have the rooms to place all of these people. Since our last meeting, we had 2 additional deaths in the city of Port Hueneme, but one of the key statistics I want everyone to look at is we had 95 active cases 2 weeks ago. Today, we have 197 active cases in the city of Port Hueneme. Now, how does that stack up against the other cities in the county? If you look at the under Hueneme, on December 7th, we had 649 total cases, which was we accounted for 3% of all the total cases in the county of Ventura. Well, here we are 2 weeks later, and we account for 2.9%. So we actually have a reduction there. So we are still doing our part. There is no large influx necessarily in the city of Port Hueneme. So our numbers are pretty stable here. So that's something I wanted to point out to everyone. At the last meeting, I talked about the lockdown measures and coming into effect on December 6th. They are still in place, and based on our numbers now, I see these closures occurring well after the new year. We have a big event coming up called Christmas, and that is really going to be a tipping point for our numbers here in the next week. So I updated everyone in the last meeting and talked about how the county of Ventura wanted to create this tri-county region and remove themselves from the Southern California region. That was not approved, and so we are still in the Southern California region. Well, quite frankly, it doesn't matter. In Southern California, they have 2.2% ICU beds available, and here in the county of Ventura, we have 0% available. So we're actually doing worse than our Southern California region. We did have a disaster council meeting, and just to remind everyone, we have chosen to leave the pier open. We posted not necessarily more strict guidelines, but we made them completely visible to everyone visiting the pier so that they are well aware of what we were going to tolerate and allow at the pier. So we have these signs throughout the pier, and thus far people have been adhering to these restrictions, and the pier has not been overwhelmed in terms of crowds or capacity. City Hall closure will continue to remain closed well through the end of the year. And again, that will all be dependent on our numbers coming up on this Christmas. And with that, we did suspend street sweeping. I made mention of that at the last meeting, but that will continue as long as these lockdown orders are in effect. So we could suspend street sweeping well through the month of January. Now, one of the key things that I really wanted to sell here, and the messaging that the county is trying to get through to everyone, our numbers were really good come Halloween. And, you know, we had a slight hiccup there. The numbers escalated a little bit. And then we were all warned about if we gathered in large groups for Thanksgiving that this was going to happen. And sure enough, it has happened. And now we are where we're at now. And now we have Christmas coming up. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this is another tipping point in our progress here. And if we don't adhere to the guidelines and we start gathering in large groups, especially our family gatherings, we are going to be in this lockdown through the month of January. And so the county is asking, we are asking for everyone to do their part. You're not seeing a lot of messaging from the city of Port Hueneme or from the county in terms of washing your hands and social distancing and wearing masks. We all know what to do. I think we're all tired of hearing that same messaging, and we don't need to be reminded. It's now time for all of us just to simply do our part to keep these numbers down. And so again, the number one message right now is warning people not to gather in large numbers, whether it's your family or not, during these Christmas holidays, because we've seen what can happen given our experiences with Thanksgiving. So with that, I'm going to pass it along to Steve Kinney, who's going to give us a business update and a review of what we've been doing all year long to assist our businesses.
All right, thank you, Chief. Good evening, everyone. Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Council members Perez and Martinez, haven't had the occasion to meet you yet, so I still have that to look forward to, but welcome to the council.
Thank you.
So I have to apologize for the lighting here. My wife and I are in Arizona, and we're in our hotel room now, and I swear to you, I turned on every light in the room. And in the room, it's called atmosphere, but on the Zoom screen, it's called shadow. So I'm really not trying to present myself as the international man of mystery here. It's just the way the lighting turned out, and I'm sorry for that. But you're here for what I have to say more than what I look like anyhow, right? So let me take a few minutes to kind of review with you what's occurred in the city in terms of the city's relationship with the business community. You as the council are very appropriately concerned about how we can support, bolster, encourage the business community that has been so afflicted this year and continues to be. So I thought for a platform for what we think about for the future, we could first start with a review of what activities the city's been going through with the business community since the pandemic came upon us last winter. So in March, of course, we all know that the emergency was declared, and that was the shutdown. That's when businesses were just plain closed. One of the responses pretty immediately was that the city created a special website called porthuenemeemergency.org, which was intended to be a very specific communication vehicle to the residents in general, but also as well to the business community on information available to help them out. One of the features of that, since restaurants were hit so hard, having to close down, but still being able to do takeout, was the creation of this little theme promotion called Takeout Tuesday, which was promoted greatly through that website. And I hope that people are still taking advantage of that, actually. No reason to stop. And then just more generally, we tried to provide as much information to small businesses as we could. For example, what you see on the screen here is focused on restaurants. We took a complete inventory of every restaurant in Port Hueneme and put it on the list you see there. The restaurant, the address, and the phone number. And through the wizardry of the folks who put the website together, if you clicked on the restaurant's name, you'd get a menu. And if you clicked on the address, you'd get a little Google map to show you where to go to. It was really a well done little piece to provide as much encouragement as possible for people to go support the local restaurants. Then the following month, you remember the CARES Act was put into effect, and there's a whole lot of information available about that, and it was just kind of dumped on everyone all at once. The various different programs, the payroll protection program, the disaster loan mitigation, I can't remember the exact words, but those all came out all at once. So it's pretty overwhelming, and we thought our service to the businesses would be just to direct them toward the sources of information where it was laid out clearly for them to be able to see. In May, the city manager formed a little working group called the Economic Recovery Group. The purpose of that really is intended to be one, dealing in the short term with the issues that we're talking about right now, but then also to realize that this is not a short-term problem. We're doing short-term band-aids as best we can now, but the long-term suffering of the business community will continue to be real, and so we need to maintain a long-term focus on what strategies the city can put in place. So that's the focus of the Economic Recovery Group. The alternative plan template. Yeah. In May, you recall, this was the time when the county was now telling businesses that it was going to be possible for them to reopen. So that was great news, everybody excited. But in order to do that, businesses had to create their COVID prevention plan and get that registered with the county and certified that they were following that plan before the county would agree to let the businesses reopen. And in best governmental tradition, the county provided some templates of these plans that had to be prepared. And they were different for different kinds of businesses, but the most common one that related to restaurants and retail was 10 pages long that had 85 different items that a business was supposed to address individually with what it was going to do in detail about each of those 85 issues. And it just seemed to me that that was more of an obstacle than really needed to be the case. So we took it upon ourselves at the city to just develop a completely different prevention plan format that would still be acceptable to the county, but this was 2 pages instead of 10, and gave businesses, you know, a gaming chance to get that plan prepared in short order and get it submitted to the county so they could open. We were the only city in the county that took this step, by the way. And so the follow-up to that was just sending out the instructions and the advice to all the businesses about this plan and just what they had to do to get open in the month of June. Excuse me. So then the next month we sent this streamlined plan to all businesses with instructions on how to complete the plan and information on how they could ask questions if those needed to come up. And then the next big step for businesses, another great opportunity, was the county's decision to offer a direct $5,000 grants to businesses that applied for it and that qualified. So again, this is a great opportunity. $5,000, it doesn't have to be repaid. Everybody likes the sound of that. It just comes with the strings involved of what the application process is and what the details are. And, you know, if you don't do it right, you don't qualify for the grant. So there's information to be learned, processed, and then acted on in order to really get the money. So we thought we could be helpful there, and so we publicized the flyer you see on the right. Went many places in the community. We just set up actually the council chambers, which were otherwise not being used, of course. We set up the council chamber as the business assistance center, and we offered to all the local businesses if they wanted help in getting their grant put together. Just call and make an appointment, and I would meet with them there in City Hall and just walk them through the whole grant application, top to bottom, and make sure that it got in qualified form. Then in July, that was the point at which, with businesses with restaurants able to reopen for outdoor dining. Then there was a question of, you know, how do they do that legally, so to speak? You know, doing stuff outdoors in the public right of way, on sidewalks at can possibly create conflicts, safety issues, all the rest. So, the city still had to have a hand in how those outdoor dining things would roll out, but just worked very hard to create a process that was as quick and painless as possible for the restaurants, so that Tony Stewart and his department worked very hard with the restaurants to get them just paperwork in a day or two, so that they could get the restaurants open as quickly as possible. And then back to the business grants, there were actually 24 local businesses who came in to get personal appointments on getting their grants submitted to the county. Then in September, we organized a door-to-door survey of local businesses. The reason for doing that is because we had from our business license list that shows every business, at least every business that has a business license in the city of Port Hueneme. And it showed that there were 440 some of those businesses located in the city. Of those, 330 had their email addresses included in the information. So all of these times that I've already mentioned where we sent out information to all the businesses, well, it was through the email chain, of course. So we got the word out to, I have to say, most of the businesses, those 335 that we had their emails for. But there's still that 100 gap that was a concern. So we thought if we could just go door to door and just ask businesses directly to capture their emails so we could complete that roster and get 100% of all the local businesses, it just makes it more efficient and effective for us to get, when we have to get word out to everybody, we'll have everybody's address to get it to them. So that was the purpose of this survey. And the chief and the explorers volunteered that they would undertake that. And that seemed like a good technique because the explorers being younger people are not terribly threatening to businesses, but they still have a certain aura about them that we thought would be helpful. So they sure enough went around and knocked on every business door in the city in September to get that information. And I'd like to say we got the remaining 100, but we didn't. There are businesses, still many that just, for whatever reason, are reluctant and refuse to give their email address. So we had to leave it at that. But we improved the base quite a bit by going through that anyhow. And then in November, through this base that I've just been talking about, we used that to send the information out. This was a step back when we had to return back to the purple tier, the set of restrictions that went along with that. So we sent all that information out as well. Because of these changes and the restrictions coming up again, we thought it would be useful to again offer individual assistance. So we've made that offer to every business in the community that we could reach, that they have an email address they can contact, they have a phone number that they can call to get one-on-one assistance for the problem that they're dealing with at the time. And I should say, by the way, the last of the most recent of those messages sent out was actually just this afternoon, because there was a new set of regulations that came out last Friday from the state. So we got that information today, and Scott Madelon, the PIO, is handling all of this dissemination of the business community, and he's really really on top of it, doing a great job for that. I just have to say, throughout, beginning to end, it's a tough role for the city in dealing with businesses, because it's basically a situation where they're being told what they can't do, and it's counter to all the things that the city wants to see with businesses, which is to help them succeed. So I think the general philosophy in the city with code enforcement and police, who are the two departments that have that real daily interaction with businesses, is to try and be as helpful and just educate them on what the new restrictions are. They are not in the business of going out and writing tickets and fining people because they didn't cross every last T in the COVID prevention plan. It's really to reinforce to businesses that it's important to comply, but also to offer help that we can in the way of information and pointing toward information sources to help them answer their own questions. And this is sort of what I've mentioned several times, the website updates, the blanket emails from the ERG to businesses. Our role has been to provide information, to be a guidepost toward the sources of really direct and clear information for businesses. We can't do their work for them. The city is not in a position to provide financial assistance. So what we can do is provide education, support, encouragement, and just get as much good information in front of them as we can, so they can make their own best informed choices. And so that's where we are through today, and what the city's role has been over these past months of the ebb and flow of the pandemic and its effect on the business community. And clearly, with Christmas on us now, for retailers, it's the key time of the year for their sales, and it happens to be the time when they're facing some of the most restrictions all year long. So it's going to have a very dire effect on a lot of businesses. So that's where the longer term view of the ERG is going to come into play. And we're still looking around to other cities to see if there are good ideas that have cropped up elsewhere that look like they could maybe play a role here in Port Hueneme. I know one that's been popular and that looks impressive is a script program, because we've read about that in other cities. And after looking into it, we've not concluded, but it appears that there's a problem with being able to do that in California because of some constitutional issues on gift of public funds that probably the city attorney could delve into more if you had questions about it. But that seems to be the real obstacle to creating a script program, unless we can find a source of federal funds that we can use. So that's one that we've spent a little time looking into, and we'll continue to do so. And otherwise, just keeping our heads up and looking out around the landscape to see if there are good ideas elsewhere. We're not too proud to put them into effect here as well, if they can help our business community. So that's where we are at the moment. I'm sure you have questions and comments, so I will defer to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. So if anyone has a question for either Chief or Mr. Kenny, kind of identify who you would like to ask a question to. Mr. Rollins.
Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, Mr. Kenny, I'd like to thank the entire staff for the thorough job as far as doing outreach to at least avail them with what opportunities they did have to help us through this pandemic. But I had a few questions. You mentioned how many people took advantage of our services to provide counseling at City Hall to go through the grant application? Do you have a general idea or an exact idea?
Yeah, exactly 24. I kept a list.
And how many, do we have any stats from the county as to how many Port Hueneme residents applied for this grant? And then in turn, how many actually got it?
I don't have the information on total number of applications, but we were informed just today that there were 61 businesses in Port Hueneme that actually received the grants.
How many?
61.
61 actually did.
Right.
Now this was just a comment from one of our local longstanding businesses, and that was they had applied for the grant. This would be something to pass on. They had applied for the grant, but they never heard information whether they got it or not. I mean, they assumed they didn't get it because they didn't hear any information, but there weren't any letters going out saying, congratulations, you got it. Well, probably there were letters like that, but then there were no letters for the people who didn't get it. So they were kind of left a little bit in limbo. That was something to pass on, but and maybe later on you could get back to at least me so I could respond to some of those businesses that didn't get any kind of word that they didn't get it and why they didn't get it. And
interesting. I was told that there would be correspondence to everyone who applied, whether yay or nay. I'm not sure that if they didn't get the grant, I don't know if they were getting the specific reasons why not, but there was supposed to be communication out to everybody from the county.
Yeah, perhaps it got lost in mail, but I got a couple of businesses that weren't aware of that. That's all, but thank you for the effort. I hear we have now a good list of what businesses we actually have in the city, so that's a good thing.
Right.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gama. Just to follow up on that discussion generated by Councilman Rollins' question, you have to have, in order to qualify for that $5,000, you would have had to have an approved plan, an approved reopening plan. And I don't think that was made clear prior to people submitting their application. But you would have to have gone through that whole process of the attestation and the completion of a approved reopening plan. So I think that is why we probably saw some low numbers. It's a shame because it was free money, and would have liked to see more businesses take advantage of that. But maybe what they really needed was help with a reopening plan, because the reopening plan could have been quite complicated for some.
It certainly was.
Yeah. So I had a question for Chief Salinas about, or I guess anybody from the Disaster Council meeting, about what the status of the other cities is with regards to their peers. Did Ventura close theirs? Did Malibu close theirs? Santa Barbara, what was the status on the other peer locations in terms of what they were going to do with this new stay-at-home order?
I'm not aware of what the other cities did with their peers. I don't think we had that information, but we looked at our peer and decided that we would wait and see, watch and see how the peer was impacted with people, and the weather, the time of year, and it seems like the pier isn't. We're not going to see what we saw in the summertime. I think that's pretty clear, and I think speaking for myself, and I'm sure Chief could chime in, is that what we've seen thus far is people respecting and keeping distance, wearing masks, and being socially distanced.
Okay, thank you. I just thought it would be part of the conversation in making that decision, but I can understand that because we're not having the summer crowds right now that we had before, it may have not been a significant consideration, but something we would make, or we would want to know if it were, during the summer. The other question I had, two points on marketing, and one is the street sweeping. Nobody in my neighborhood seems to know that the street sweeping is not taking place. So I don't know how we're letting people know about that, but if we could do a little bit better in letting people know that the street sweeping has been closed or canceled for right now, that would be helpful. And then the business information as well, that website, how can we better drive people to the website, because it's a static website. I think people might get some benefit out of it, and more businesses might join. And so if there's a better way we could market our website, that would be great. And that's all I had on the presentation. Thank you for the presentation, Chief Salinas and Mr. Steve.
Real quickly before we
Thank you.
Recognize Councilmember Perez, another aspect of the pier was that we have a functioning surveillance camera now, and so that really tells us a lot as to what's going on there, and so we're planned on utilizing that asset to keep track of what's going on.
That's good to know.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Have we heard anything from the county whether additional funds will be coming to help the businesses?
I'm not aware of any new information from the county, but I would expect there to be a little bit of a lag, because the new funding from the federal government was just approved today. So I'm sure the county is going to have to get their heads together for a little bit to figure out what, if anything, they can pass through from that.
So then, in the anticipation that there is a possibility of new funds coming, probably a greater outreach towards those businesses, as Councilmember Hernandez mentioned, that a lot of them didn't realize they had to have an approved plan. So maybe we could do something to assist those who have not gotten an approved plan to make sure that they are ready to apply.
Sure, good point. I mean, all we can do is inform them, but we can always do a better job of informing them. So we'll certainly keep that in mind.
Councilmember Martinez, do you have any questions? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
This would be to Chief Salinas. Have you heard any update regarding the testing? Let me preface it by saying, like, with the holidays coming in, like, our entire family is getting tested, and my job was to get tested this morning. And Oxnard College has been closed now for the weekend. So we eventually made it up to Camarillo, and we got there like an hour and a half before it opened, and it still took an hour. And then, so people who showed up on time, I guess when it started, I had heard it's like 3-4 hour wait. And that would seem like a very tough situation to keep this pandemic down if people aren't even able to get tested. And I was wondering if they've done anything in the county to kind of ramp up the testing a little.
So that's a very good question. There have been a lot of things that have affected testing over the last week, whether it been the windy conditions, power shutoffs, and the lack of actually testing supplies at several of our locations. And that's something that they're struggling with right now, is because there's so many people being tested, they didn't account for this large contingency at this point. I'm almost certain that on Christmas Day, testing is going to be closed, but rest assured, testing will continue through Christmas Eve and then the day after Christmas. The county is constantly moving testing locations all over the county. For instance, I believe there was a testing location today in Ojai, and so every day they're trying to move locations throughout the county to better accommodate those that can't get out to the more established testing locations such as Oxnard College, Ventura College, the fairgrounds, and so forth. So I can't actually say that testing is increasing, but the county is trying to make what they have as readily available as possible and as convenient as possible right now. And I do believe that, again, it's going to be closed on Christmas Day.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for either Chief Salinas or Mr. Kenny? Thank you both for the report. One question I have for Mr. Kenny is, are you aware of any business or businesses that have gone out of business because of this crisis?
You know, none comes to mind, Mayor. But frankly, it's hard to believe that of all the businesses in Port Hueneme that there wouldn't be at least one that had been so badly affected as to have to close.
Yeah, it's been a real trying time. Councilmember Perez?
I know of one that was recently had to shut their doors because of COVID, a relatively new business.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, I wanted to ask Mr. Kinney if we could please try to track that information. Now that we have the list of businesses, we have at least 335, correct?
Right.
Is trying to find out how they're doing and if they're closed. It seems that we should have a better handle on that kind of information. So if there's some way we could find out or track that, that would be great.
Great.
That'd be really helpful.
You know, and I would like to point out that I'm very relieved to know that all these activities were going on over the last several months, because frankly, we weren't really aware of these activities. So I'm very relieved to know that. And we don't want to look back, we want to look forward. And so what are we doing to plan for the eventual subsidence of COVID for our businesses? You know, we have to have faith in the future. And do we have a plan? And what, if we do have a plan, what is the makeup of that plan?
Mayor, I think I would share my response with the city manager here because it speaks to the larger picture of what the city's general economic development stance is going to be in the future. And I know that he is very much focused on that and working toward putting that sort of a plan together over the next, I would guess, couple of months. As I said, we're looking now at what we can do in the short term and are looking for good ideas that might be effective. But as you said, it really has to play into what's the city's long-term economic development strategy. What goals are we going to define? And the strategic plan has helped us there. But then to attach specific programs and policies to those goals, I think that's what the next step is that the city manager is working toward.
Yeah, it just seems like now might be the time to start querying those businesses to kind of ask, what are your needs going to be in the next couple months? I mean, hopefully the lockdown will be done and filed away in a couple months. I don't know the answer to that, but I see we have a couple hands up. So, Councilmember Hernandez.
I was just telling Councilman Rollins that I beat him to the punch.
Yes, you did.
Very difficult to do.
One elephant in the room on this whole discussion that I think is important to raise here is, where's the Chamber of Commerce been and this whole COVID economic impact? And I don't know if anybody has reached out to the Chamber, or does anybody know? Can we please find out what the Chamber's plans are? Because we don't want to move forward without them, but we don't know if they want to play. And I think we need to find out what their position is moving forward.
Sure, we will make such efforts. We have made a couple, but we'll continue.
Yeah, it seems like this is exactly why you have a Chamber of Commerce for times like this. And
Sure.
it would appear to be the optimum time to have aggressive interaction with the city from the Chamber. And so anything we can do to move that along, and if there's anything we could do to help, please let us know. Councilmember Perez, did you have a question?
No, I was just agreeing with Councilmember Hernandez. She took the words right out of my mouth.
And Councilmember Rollins, or Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes, yeah, I guess I would second both of those comments. I think the businesses need as many good advocates behind them. And it's very commendable that our city is doing a lot of the legwork to provide some of this assistance, but it needs it from a variety of different areas, and the Chamber would seem to be a natural for it. As commenting on Mayor Gama's as we move forward, is there any kind of information right now regarding the vaccination as it would affect Port Hueneme? Where are they going to start to distribute it nearby? I've heard a little bit as far as like what the priorities would be, but I guess that would be to the council. Perhaps Chief Salinas would have some information on that. Maybe nobody does at this point.
Chief, would you offer any information you may have?
Yeah, I don't have much information on that right now. I can follow up and get back to Councilmember Rollins.
Thank you.
So looking forward on the COVID front, I'm pretty optimistic. And as I look around and see our community, I see people that are complying and not wishing to contract this disease. And it's a big question mark in my mind. It's like, where are these transmissions going? But because I'm very hopeful in what I see and the interactions I have in and around my home. When I visit people, they wear masks, they're washing their hands frequently, their hands are drying out. And so I don't quite understand how these numbers are just through the roof. But generally speaking, I think our community's doing well, and hopefully we could do better. Thank you, Chief. Do you have any other comments to make on COVID?
I do not.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we're going to close this COVID presentation down, and we're going to move on to the consent agenda. So we have 3 items on the consent agenda. The first is approve the minutes of the City Council for the regular meeting of December 7th, 2020. The second item on the agenda is to receive and file the finance cash disbursements for December 3rd through December 14th, 2020. And the third item on the consent agenda is continuation of on-call building and safety consultant contracts. Are there any questions in regards to the consent agenda?
No.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. City Clerk, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We're moving on to item 5, public hearings. And this is for a planned development conditional use permit number PHCU-883 and development agreement number PHDA-884, Channel Bay, LLC, Cannabis Dispensary. The address is 2875 North Ventura Road, Suite 1 through 5. This hearing is now open and the time is 7:29 p.m. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose? Okay, having here none, I'm assuming there are none. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Do we have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, sir, we do.
Will staff please present the report?
Okay, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, staff, and council. This is an application, as you mentioned, for a cannabis dispensary. CUP number PHCU 883 and development agreement number PHDA 884. Real quick before I get into the usual type of presentation I give, which we've kind of got down to a fine art here, just for the sake of refreshing everybody's memory and bringing our new council members up to speed. The city's cannabis program is very robust, and it's the reason why we're one of the best in the state. And it's a very complicated process that involves a couple of steps. The first, which is the most time consuming, is getting the certificate of approval, which is approved by the review committee, which consists of Chief Salinas, myself, Abon Nava, Steve Kinney, and our consultants from HDL. And once our applicants get through that process, which is very detailed, we're looking at things such as the financials, business operations, security and safety plans, neighborhood compatibility, what the applicants are proposing to donate to the community and whatnot. With the committee's consent, I issued them a certificate of approval, and then the applicants move into the second phase, which is what you're reviewing tonight, which is applying for the conditional use permit along with the development agreement to enter into with the city. And if they are approved through that, that gets them their entitlements, but that by no means means that they're done with the city. They then go through the build out process, and then once they open for business, we annually inspect them with HDL, as well as run an audit, either monthly or quarterly. They come in and visit Ken McDonald, finance director, myself, to make their contribution towards the general fund in lieu of a cannabis tax. Chief Salinas stays very hands-on with them throughout the throughout their entire business process. So it's a very complicated hands-on process, and this is the final part of the entitlement phase before they enter into the actual build-out of the dispensary. And so with that, if I could have the next slide, please. Charles, thank you. Okay, so the applicant on behalf of Channel Bay is requesting approval to operate a retail cannabis dispensary, which would be for medicinal and adult use cannabis sales along with ancillary delivery. The address is 2675 North Ventura Road, Suites 1 through 5, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor. The site is zone C1, which is commercial, and the city's cannabis ordinance and implementing resolutions allow cannabis uses in the C1 zone subject to the entitlements I just mentioned. It's also consistent with the general plan land use designation of commercial. Next slide, please. Now, what makes this particular application a little unique is that some of you already know through previous approvals the owners, and they are the owners of the From the Earth Dispensary, and they own the building complex that the both dispensaries, this current one and the From the Earth, are proposed in or exist in. And this proposed dispensary will occupy former Skunk Masters dispensary location. As you'll recall, Skunk Masters moved to a new location, a larger one along Channel Islands Boulevard in our Green Mile. And this proposed dispensary will sell a different set of products than the From the Earth dispensary, but both will feed off each other, although they will both be independently run, managed and run. As I mentioned, the applicant has obtained a certificate of approval. That was back on October 20th. Next slide, please. The surrounding uses are East Bay Boulevard with Hueneme Bay residences to the beyond that to the north, to the south by another shopping center, to the east by North Ventura Road with commercial uses in the city of Oxnard beyond that, and to the west by multifamily residential. State law requires that all cannabis uses be a minimum of 600 feet away from any school. In this case, the nearest school is 2,100 feet away, and that's McKenna Elementary in Oxnard. There are no proposed change to the site plan. There are 36 parking spaces serving the site with shared access, and the dispensary, which is considered to a retail drugstore, doesn't require any changes to the parking. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view showing the site with Bay Boulevard just to the north, and then the shopping centers, including 99 Cent to the south of that. Next slide, please. And site plan showing both buildings. The building along Bay Boulevard with the hatch lines is the subject building. Next slide, please. And this is a layout of the proposed floor plan. It's going to be a little bit larger than what Skunk Masters have. They're basically using the entire building, its first floor. We're going from left to right. There'll be the delivery intake and driver's area for the delivery output, manager's office. Next to that will be reception and a lobby waiting room with the product and cash vault behind that. Then the two suites in the center will be the actual remodeled into the actual dispensary retail sales floor area. And then finally over to the right will be the cannabis waste storage area on top, video room, and then the security patrol supervisor area. Next slide, please. And just photos and elevations of the building. Next slide, please. So the hours of operation will be 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days per week, and that's per our implementing resolution. Also per the resolution requirements, all customers must be 21 years of age or older unless they have a medical card. No loitering would be allowed, no on-site consumption either. The applicants will have sealed rooms plus carbon filter and the HVAC system to keep odors pretty much non-existent, escaping from the building. There'll be, like I mentioned, an on-site security office with 2 to 3 guards on-site and in the dispensary. Staffing, the applicant is proposing a minimum of 60% be local residents, and they all have to be at least 21 years of age or older. With regard to community benefits, just like from the Earth, they'll be providing donations to the Boys and Girls Club, our Explorer program, REACH, Mixteco Indigena, and local food shares. And they plan on participating in local improvement projects such as beach and park cleanup days. Next slide, please. So with regard to the development agreement, since we don't have a cannabis tax here in the city, what we do is we require cannabis businesses, depending on the type, to provide a source of revenue for the city's general fund. And it can be used basically for anything because it's in the general fund. Because this is a retail dispensary, what the development agreement requires the applicant to agree to is to pay a contractual payment of 5% of the annual gross revenues. This would be less taxes paid, as well as it's based on cannabis products sold as opposed to, say, t-shirts, paraphernalia, and whatnot. The applicant agrees to maintain all books and records, and pay for up to 2 audits per year. And they have to get their certificate of occupancy, meaning the business is built out and ready for opening within 1 year after the development agreement becomes effective. Next slide, please. With regards to the California Environmental Quality Act that we have to judge all of our entitlement applications against, this is actually technically exempt because there will be no exterior modifications. The applicant simply proposing to move into and remodel existing business suites inside an existing building. So there'll be no impacts to the environment as a result of this development. Next slide, please. With regard to fiscal impact, we always require the applicants to provide a 3-year pro forma showing us what they expect their gross revenues will be. And these are, again, really combed over through the review committee before we issue a certificate of approval. And in this case, the applicant is proposing gross revenues of just over $4 million the first year, and then years 2 and 3 will level off with about $5.7 million they're anticipating. And what that translates to is with regard to 5% of those, the gross minus the items I mentioned earlier. The year 1 would be for the city. We received just a little over 156,000 in years 2 and 3, just over 217,300. And next slide, please. I believe at this point, the council staff recommends that the city council open the public hearing.
Ask a question. Going back to the last slide, you know how you said it was 5%, but you said it was minus what? The 156,000? I might have missed it. You said
sure. It's less taxes paid. Basically, we don't tax on tax. And then if there are incidental sales and whatnot, or incidental fees that they need to pay, say business license and whatnot, we also deduct for that.
Okay, and
so that's where the 5% comes from.
Okay, and that's why 156,000 is less than 5%, right?
Correct. And just again to let you know, Steve Kinney and our consultants at HDL and I do comb over this. In fact, usually Steve is on top of this with regard to the finances. So with regard, again, to the recommendation, staff is recommending that the council open the public hearing and take testimonial and documentary evidence. After so, close the hearing and consider the evidence. And then after considering the evidence, adopt a resolution of the city council granting approval of conditional use permit number PHCU 883 and introduced by title only, waiving full reading, an ordinance approving and adopting the development agreement with the Channel Bay LLC, with adoption of the ordinance itself to follow at the next regularly scheduled city council meeting, and take additional related action that may be desirable. And with that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. The applicants are also, I believe, online at this point in case you have any questions of them. Thank you.
Does the council have any questions for Mr. Stewart? Councilmember Perez.
My question is a general question in terms of the cannabis dispensaries as a whole. How many do we have, and are we looking to put a cap in place?
Currently, we have 8 approved and open. We've got a couple of other delivery-only businesses online to open up shortly, and a few others also in the queue that have been through the approval process. With regard to whether or not there's been any formal discussion to put a cap in place, that has not occurred at this time, although I understand that we will be having a workshop to discuss the state of our cannabis industry here in the city upcoming within the next few weeks. Chief Salinas, I believe, is coordinating that at this point.
Councilmember Hernandez, you had a question? You're on mute. You're muted. Councilmember Hernandez, you're muted. You're still muted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gama. I was just wondering if Mr. Patel is here to talk to us about his new business?
No, Councilmember Hernandez, Dan Zeroni, I'm here. Me and Kintu are co-managers, and we also have David Moss here with us tonight. So the two of us are going to be handling any remarks or questions.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, you have a question?
Yes, I guess this would be to the owners or the of the new establishment. What are you selling? You mentioned that you're going to be selling something different than what's right next door. What is kind of the business model of that? I didn't know there were that many different things that could be sold.
First, thank you for the question. Thanks to everybody, council and reporting staff for allowing us to be on tonight. So initially when we started this application, what we wanted to do was just expand the From the Earth franchise to these same units. But unfortunately, based on the architecture of the building, the fact there's a breezeway between the two, we weren't legally allowed to do that. So we had to kind of pivot and come up with a new idea. And so we've actually done that. The second store that we're going to have is going to be completely different from the earth, and really completely different from any concept that we've seen in dispensaries in California, in that we're going to be doing kind of a farm to table operation. All we're going to be selling is flower and pre-rolls, and that's it. And it's all going to be certified organic. It's going to be coming from specific farms. When you walk into the dispensary, it's going to have a completely different look. It's going to be kind of like an apothecary where all of the jars are exactly identical, with each jar's label printed out with the farm where the product comes from and the date that it was harvested. So what we're going to have is extremely high quality flower at a very low price. And it's going to be for a specific type of user, people who are kind of more the gourmet users or users of cannabis products. And so this is going to look nothing like From the Earth or any other dispensary, which generally has more higher quality products and different brands from different manufacturers throughout the state. In this case, all it's going to be is flower on identically marked jars for the, like I said, the gourmet kind of unique user.
I guess the second question to the owners is the revenue projections seem very optimistic of not only yours, but everyone. How do you develop these revenue projections when there's so many groups out there right now selling cannabis?
Yeah, well, I'll say from the Earth store, we're doing more revenue than we ever thought we were going to do when we first came into Port Hueneme 2.5 years ago. And the revenue from the Earth is actually higher than what we projected from this store. The way we did it really was because we're kind of, Skunk Masters had a somewhat similar model, that they went for kind of a lower price point and went after kind of a different demographic than the From the Earth store. And because we had access to the cameras on the entire site, we kind of had an idea of how many customers they had kind of on a daily basis, just in general. So our thought was that since we're doing a similar type of model for them and going after a similar demographic, we just ratcheted down the total number of customers we anticipate coming in and did an average transaction value, which would be lower than From the Earth as well. But I can tell you that when Skunk Masters was there for over 2 years, From the Earth did somewhere around 200 to 225 customers a day. Skunk Masters was doing somewhere in the ballpark of 300. They did more than From the Earth each day. So we believe that by catering to this specific demographic and also giving them products that they're more used to, that we'll still be able to maintain a fairly high throughput in customer traffic. Although again, like I said, the average transaction value might be slightly lower.
Regarding the 1% that you give out to the various different communities, community programs and stuff like that, what is your philosophy on how you're distributing that money and what drives you to distribute it to the groups that I know you have some mentioned already?
Yeah, so what we did is we created something called the From the Earth Foundation, which is a nonprofit 501c3 that is, authorized by the United States federal government, right? And because what we wanted to do is we have several dispensaries now. We have 4 From the Earth dispensaries. This would be our 5th, and although it's not a From the Earth, obviously. And so what we want to take all the money that we're getting, we wanted to make a more kind of targeted approach to how we contribute. So with the From the Earth Foundation, we have a volunteer staff of people who takes in requests from different local charitable and philanthropic organizations. And we try and contribute to the ones that are bringing real value to the community. It's easy to kind of go after the ones that everybody knows about. I'm not denigrating this, like Boys and Girls Club. Everybody knows about the Boys and Girls Club, and everybody knows about certain nationally kind of known organizations. We wanted the ones who really, understand the local market, work with the local demographic and population, and also works with the local government to really kind of target their value to our, immediate vicinity. And so by creating From the Earth Foundation, we feel like we've kind of created a balance between bringing dollars in from the local community and also going back into that community to find out where they think the dollars will be best spent. So that's how we've done it to date, and we feel like we've been pretty successful. Just literally yesterday, we had, for instance, in Long Beach, we had a turkey drive. We gave away 250 turkeys to needy families in the Long Beach area. And the way that came about was there's a church literally across the street from our dispensary. We met with them, the pastor there, met with local leaders and said, hey, what does the community want? And we found out that the local neighborhood is really struggling and really was looking for a kind of a holiday pick-me-up. And so we came up with the turkey idea, and it was phenomenally successful yesterday. We were on local news throughout the Long Beach area, and we have been bringing that same flavor to Port Hueneme, and we'll continue doing it through this expansion.
Yeah, you know, we've seen some of the results of some of your giving back to the community. Mr. Stewart, I was wondering from an auditing standpoint, I know we audit the revenue coming in. Do we audit the 1% that goes out to the different community groups, not only from the earth and this new business, but all the other ones? How do we have any kind of a record as to where they gave out and who they gave out to and how much they gave out, so that they are giving out what they're supposed to be giving out?
Yes, actually, Chief Salinas keeps the log on that, and then and I do owe you some updates, which will be coming here within the next month or two. We report also annually on the development agreement status, and part of that reporting includes whether or not they have been in compliance with providing that 1% to the community and the contributions there. So yes, we do audit it.
And also, Councilmember Rollins, sorry to interrupt, but we also have audited financial statements. We're in the process of attempting to go public from a publicly traded company, so it's required that we have audited financial statements. So we have that available, and we are happy to show that to the city auditors or anybody else who might be interested.
Thanks.
I see that Chief Salinas came on. Have a statement or a question?
Sure. So, you know, it's one thing to kind of say it on an application. It's actually another to actually execute. And that's something that I've noticed with From the Earth from the get-go. They've executed on all their promises from their first application. And that if past experience is indicative of future experience, I have no doubt that Channel Bay is going to become an asset to this community. Now, I only say this is because I do keep track of their community contributions over the last 2 years, which have exceeded over $150,000, which includes a 5-year pledge to the Boys and Girls Club. They helped us buy shelter beds. They helped save the fireworks show. Habitat for Humanity, you know, they just recently donated to Cops for Tots. Not only did they donate money, but they had volunteers at our event this past weekend. Our police explorers, My Cop, Reach, and they were ready to leverage and donate $60,000 worth of entertainment for our Hueneme Beach Festival that we unfortunately had to postpone. So they are committed, and just like he said, they target the community. They're not just donating to, let's just say, the Cancer Society or other organizations. They're donating this money right to the city of Port Hueneme and where we need it.
Right.
Do we have any other questions from the council? I would like to say that we very much appreciate the community involvement. It's amazing all the things we have gotten done in a very short amount of time. And I appreciate the fact that you come out to beach cleanup every now and then. That's pretty cool too. What are your feelings about Oxnard jumping into the dispensary market?
Let me take this. I think, you know, we're concerned. Obviously, we're concerned as the city of Port Hueneme is concerned, because a significant portion of our customers come from the city of Oxnard. But we think that this store and the model that we're creating with a farm to table and flower only is going to be something very different and unique that is going to drive traffic from far beyond Oxnard and far, you know, further south as well. That it's going to be such a unique model that we think that it's going to, you know, be a real plus to bring traffic into the community. But, you know, the reality is there's 16 more dispensaries coming into Oxnard, and, you know, none of us really know how that's going to play out yet. So I think it's really critical and important that, you know, what I like about Port Hueneme is the first to act in the county to try cannabis and has experience with cannabis. And we have lots of innovative ideas that we think we can help bring to fruition in concert with the city that are going to set Port Hueneme aside from Oxnard in ways that Oxnard's just, Oxnard, who knows what's going to happen with Oxnard at this point, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah,
So-
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know who coined the term Green Mile, but that's a winning term. And
Yeah.
maybe someone could tell us someday who came up with that. But I think that's a real, like a standard, like a trademark type thing. But Dan, you had something to say?
Yeah, I was going to say, Councilman Gamma, thank you. We love working with Port Hueneme, and you guys have always really shown a very flexible and an aggressive manner in trying to keep your city first among the many counties who've been, adopting these ordinances. We've been lucky enough to do a lot of things kind of as a first mover in the cannabis industry. We're in Michigan, we're in Missouri, we're in Israel. We've done a lot of different things in terms of the seed to sale process, not just as dispensaries. And we have a lot of ideas of ways we think that Port Hueneme can kind of keep its place as a first mover. And even though, certainly there's going to be 16 dispensaries in Oxnard, but we think there's ways to keep customers in Port Hueneme, spending money in Port Hueneme, and keep those tax dollars flowing in. So, we hope that, we hope this will be approved tonight, obviously. But as we continue being, a proud member of the community, we'd love to come and meet with the council, the staff, and talk about some of the things we think we can help bring in terms of both our building and throughout the city, and see what we can do to kind of stave them off. But because we all know they are going to be a very stiff competition for all 8 or 9 or 10 dispensaries in the city.
Yeah, it's quite difficult at times to remain positive during this COVID thing, but we are looking to the future, and we are interested in re-examining Hueneme Beach Festival and your help with that. And so any pushing and ideas and entertainment, and we need to start thinking about that, and hopefully we can make it happen.
The moment that we're allowed to do that, it will happen. Okay, that is something we're very committed to, and the artists are dying to get back out and play. And so it's just a matter of let's get through COVID, and then the sky's the limit on things that we can do and create together. But that's big.
If the council will allow itself to be pushed, we will do the pushing. I can assure you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Dave, I saw the guitar out there. Are you going to be one of the performers at the beach festival?
You never know. I've been practicing a lot during COVID, so
him and Chief Salinas are going to be a duo. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, that could be a fundraiser in and of itself, I'll tell you.
There you go, exactly.
Okay, are there any other questions for either Dan or David? No? Okay, at this time, I'm supposed to read any public comments that were submitted on this matter. I'm not aware that there are any, and I will defer to the city clerk.
There were no public comments submitted for this item, sir.
Thank you. Does staff have any further comments?
I do not.
Last chance for staff comments. Okay, so we are going to close this public hearing, and the time is 7:58 p.m. And we have before us a recommendation and to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme granting approval of conditional use permit number PHCU-883, Channel Bay LLC, Cannabis Dispensary. And Madam City Clerk, am I supposed to read by title only?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Introduced by title only, waiving full reading, an ordinance approving and adopting a development agreement under Government Code Sections 65864 to 65869.5, and ordinance number 727 and ordinance number 734 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code related to the operation of a cannabis facility for Channel Bay LLC, with adoption to follow at the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting. May I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, council and staff. We really appreciate
Thank you
it.
very much.
Thank you.
Everybody be safe and have a happy holiday.
Yeah.
Good seeing you guys.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you both. Mhm.
Bye, you guys.
Okay, we're moving on to business items. Item number 6, adoption of a resolution updating the master fee schedule. Staff, are you ready to present the report?
Yes, Mayor. Hopefully everyone can see the screen, the beginning of the presentation. So good evening. For the record, Charles Peretz, Deputy City Manager for the City of Port Hueneme. Agenda item number 6 pertains to an update to the city's master fee schedule and seeks the council's approval of a resolution to update that schedule. This business item is presented in follow-up to the presentation and discussion that was provided to the council on September 8th. Next slide. The review of the city's fee schedule is in accordance with the fiscal and economic excellence pillar of the city's strategic plan. The periodic assessment and consideration of changes to these fees and associated city revenues supports sound fiscal practices. Next slide. The city's master fee schedule establishes the cost of fees to be charged for materials and services that provide a direct benefit to individuals, groups, and businesses. Proposition 26 defines the types of fees that cities may charge and prohibits agencies from charging fees that exceed the actual costs. The Port Hueneme City Council adopted the city's first fee schedule in December of 2008 and has modified the schedule periodically. Most recently, this was done in 2015. In an effort to conduct a comprehensive review of the city's fees, the city contracted with MGT Consulting Group. MGT worked with staff representatives in all city operations to conduct a study and produce recommended amendments to the existing schedule. The study included calculating the actual costs of providing services, restructuring and modifying fees to make the schedule more user-friendly, and proposing fee modifications. Fees for the use of city property are not subject to Prop 26. Most of the fees in the recreation and parks section fall into that category, and as such, a comprehensive comparison survey was used to assess those fees. Next slide, please. The study found that the revenue that was being collected from user fees was approximately 5% less than the actual costs. Revised schedule includes modifications to existing fees as well as additions and deletions to the schedule. The staff report and associated attachments address all of the changes. The most significant are found in the sections overseen by the Community Development and Public Works departments. One of the significant changes pertains to the replacement of 84 mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and other building and safety related fees with a valuation table. The use of a multi-tiered valuation fee is consistent with industry best practices and provides for a more equitable fee. Other changes of note include the addition of general plan and technology fees, which are designed to subsidize future general plan updates and defray costs of future technology projects. Within both Public Works and Community Development, the cost of services provided by a consultant are proposed to be charged at the actual consultant cost plus a 15% administrative fee, which is intended to pay for the city's time overseeing the contractor and managing the contract. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of the current costs associated with providing fee-based services, revenues based on existing fees, and the resulting subsidy. The shaded columns on the right display the revenue that is anticipated based on the proposed revisions to the schedule. There's a couple of footnotes here, but one I wanted to point out, footnote number 2, the subsidies shown in the housing section, the Department of Housing and Urban Development subsidizes the cost, the difference between the actual costs and those fees recovered for the fees rather in the region. And finally, if the schedule were to be approved tonight, the resolution calls for an effective date of February 1st of next year. Next slide. So that concludes the presentation. I and members from the different divisions and departments are available to answer any specific questions that the council has.
Are there any questions? Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mary Gama. I was just looking through the list of the list here on the schedule, and I was wondering, I didn't see equipment fees for use of equipment like backhoes and things like that. Maybe stuff we use to move sand on the beach. Do we have fees for use of our equipment?
We do not, Councilmember Hernandez. That is not normally something that we would charge a user for. If there were the use of equipment, that would either be an in-kind contribution that the city would make to a project, but that is not a typical service that we would charge a third party for.
Okay. Well, I know that equipment, vehicles, trucks, things like that, it's not typically typical that we might loan those to other jurisdictions or to other organizations. But I know that when we are in the middle of a disaster and people need services and they need equipment, we will sometimes be asked to send our equipment to other locations. And it's always good to have a fee associated with the cost of doing that for reimbursement purposes. So otherwise, if we don't have a fee assessed for those kinds of items, vehicles, equipment, trucks, et cetera, then we have to fall under an approved rate sheet that FEMA puts out, which ends up being much lower than what we would actually realize in terms of costs. So just something to think about down the road.
Thank you, Councilmember. And that is what I am familiar with in cases of emergency when there is opportunities for reimbursement. There's usually a FEMA set rate. Other things may be subject to a special agreement that we would have with another organization, but that is definitely something that we can review. And it is our intent to have more regular reviews of this schedule. So that's something that we can definitely look into before the next update.
Thank you, Mr. Peretz.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes, Mr. Peretz, how do they determine the fees for the meeting rooms? Is it done by square feet? Because I was looking through here and, like, for example, Miranda Park meeting room, that probably has a certain amount of square footage, but then none of the other cities have meeting rooms, which would seem kind of unusual. And then these other things, like, for example, auditoriums and classrooms, which would probably be meeting rooms. How do they determine square footage? Are the fees determined by square footage, or how are they determined?
So very good question, Council Member. So nearly all of the fees in the schedule are determined, as I mentioned earlier, through a cost analysis of all direct and indirect costs, and if there's any materials associated with that particular fee. However, there are a few fees which are exempt from Proposition 26 and exempt from that process. And those fees fall into the category of the rental or use of public property. So the use of a meeting room or the reservation of a ball field, things of that nature, are set at what the market will bear. So that's when we would look to comparable surveys or determine the fees that we feel would be appropriate to charge without pricing people out and not under realizing revenue for the city. So those fees are not proposed to be changed. They are fees that remain in our fee schedule from the last version. And I I thought that we did have some comparable examples of other facilities that were rented through other
I think you did for the Carpenter Center.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm thinking of. Thank you.
There were a few there. The other comment, I was kind of doing a per hour breakdown of like our junior lifeguard program, and I think we provide a very good product for. I was just looking here. We charge basically $250 an hour for kids to participate in our junior lifeguard program, and comparing them to these other cities, we're well below that. So that's good for our community.
And council member, I'll mention that I made the same observation. And although we still are going to provide a very competitive and low rate, we are proposing as one of the two changes in the recreation section to increase the fee for the junior lifeguard program.
I guess when you determine that, the other thing would be a ratio of teacher per student. You know, it may be lower because we have a higher ratio of teachers or lifeguards or whoever's instructing it to a student, or maybe we don't. So keep in mind.
Anna's on the call and she can speak to the specifics, but my understanding is that there is a requirement of no more than 10 students per lifeguard or supervisor.
May I follow up on that? Why are we singling out the junior lifeguard program to increase the fees?
Based on the survey that was done, it did appear as though our fees were significantly, as Councilmember Rollins pointed out, on a per student, per day, per hour basis, were significantly less than other programs. Both those shown in the survey that was conducted by MGT, as well as additional data that was collected by our staff in the Recreation and Community Services Division.
I guess a follow-up, and this may be a question for Ann, are a large percentage of our students, our participants in that program, are they Port Hueneme residents?
Yes, the majority are from the city of Port Hueneme.
Right. Yeah, because it's weird. I was breaking it down. Like, for example, Oak Park charges $17.81 per student per hour. I mean, like something like 10 times what anybody else does in any of the programs. I was even wondering why that was even included. It must be a completely different type of program.
We made the same observation.
Any other council member questions?
Yes. I noticed that we don't have the basketball courts there. Is that something that wouldn't be able to be, I guess, rented out or used for reserve the basketball courts?
That's correct. At present, we do not have that as a reservable facility.
So one thing that jumps out to me is that some of these areas have not been available for some time because of structural safety issues. So I just want to make that point that the need for us to get all our parks up and running beautifully, primarily. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Rollins is big on pickleball and tennis, and I know that there used to be tennis tournaments in the city. And so when we adopt this fee schedule, the other part of it is getting maximum usage, I guess. I mean, if we're gonna charge, we want people to be using our facilities. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yeah, will there be addendums to this? Because there's very few programs listed that we charge for, most likely because we don't have a lot of city programs right now. But as we move forward and perhaps add more programs for the youth and for the adults, will there be addendums along the way to include this, or do you have to do a new study each time?
There will most certainly be addendums along the way, Councilmember Rollins, and it is our intent, once we have the Parks and Recreation Master Plan finalized, it is our expectation that the plan will identify priority programs as identified by the community, as well as spaces within our park system that are desirable to serve as reservable spaces, back to Councilmember Martinez's point. So we do intend to amend the schedule, or to propose to the council to amend the schedule to expand the opportunities for both programs and reservable spaces that fall under the recreation section.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Perez.
Regarding the junior lifeguard program, we have a lot of community members who may or may not be able to afford the full amount it is for that program. Do we offer any types of scholarships for those low-income families that would still like their children to participate?
The quick answer is yes. I'm going to ask Anna to jump on. I know that we have a not-for-profit organization that provides scholarships and subsidizes the cost of the program. Anna can elaborate more.
Absolutely. We work closely with OLA, the Hueneme Ocean Lifeguard Association. As mentioned, it's a nonprofit. Typically per session, we're subsidizing roughly 10 participants by way of a scholarship. And no child has ever been turned away that is in need of that opportunity. So we're definitely able to accommodate any scholarship requests thus far.
Yeah, I would just like to follow up on that. And the junior lifeguard program is probably the most important youth program we have going in this city. I know of numerous children from Camarillo who have participated, Oxnard and Port Hueneme. So maybe we could expand the scholarship. I know Ola, the last time they had a fundraising event was well over 4 years ago that I'm aware of. And so maybe we could, when we begin to look towards the future after COVID and we begin to plan our beach festival, we could make sure that OLA perhaps has a booth where they could sell shaved ice or something to make profit so that we could give away more scholarships. The junior lifeguard program is indispensable to a beach community like ours, and there's literally thousands and thousands of adults now who have gone through that program. So maybe that's one of the things that we could really expand. I think the more kids that we get participating in that program, the better off the city is. Are there any other?
Oh, excuse me. I was just going to comment. It's a community mainstay, and it's been around since 1987. So we're 33 years in the making.
Yeah, and it's a joy to see the enthusiasm for the ocean, and not only that, it's the education, getting these kids to understand how dangerous Hueneme Beach can be, and that goes a long way in saving people from a treacherous ocean. Maybe we could partner with the Oxnard Union High School District to get kids in swimming lessons. I know they upgraded the Hueneme High School Aquatic Center, but it seems to me there's a lot of collaboration we could do to try and bolster the program. And I just hope that the fees aren't raised too much. Are there any other comments or questions? So I believe at this point in time is when a motion may be in order.
I'll make a motion to approve the fee schedule. The master fee schedule.
Mayor Pro Tem, was that a second?
I was going to allow Councilman Perez to make that second. She just didn't have her mic on.
Yes, second.
Okay, we have a motion
Thank
and a
you.
second. City Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay. We're moving on to item number 7, Professional Services Agreement, PSA, with Michael K. Nunley and Associates for preparation of the 2020 City of Port Hueneme Urban Water Management Plan. Staff, are you ready to present the report?
Yes. Good evening, City Council, Mayor. What this is, we're asking that you authorize the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Michael K. Nunley and Associates, referred to as MKN, in the amount of $51,802. And this is for updating the city's urban water management plan. And the California Department of Water Resources requires this to be updated every 5 years. They require this of all municipalities and water districts. The Urban Water Management Plan is a long-range planning document, and it provides an overview of water usage and supply. It looks at future demands and supply, and it also looks at potential risks to the system, and it also includes seismic. We're asking that you authorize the city manager to execute this contract. And are there any questions?
Move approval.
I do have a question.
Okay.
So I call it, did we look at anyone else, or had you guys already made up your mind with Michael K. Nunley and Associates?
I reviewed several firms, and for professional services, you don't go out to bid. You select on qualifications and experience, and they've done a number of updates for different jurisdictions. They're currently under contract doing additional work for the Channel Islands Beach District. And I also plan to go to the Port Hueneme Water Agency in January, because the Port Hueneme Water Agency also has to update their urban water master plan. And so it made sense to use the same firm for both agencies. And in addition, they're already working on a project for the Channel Islands Beach District. That's why we selected them.
Thank you, Don.
Any other questions?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yes, will you have a particular targeted focus for them to develop this plan? I know, like with our recent pipe breakage off of Pleasant Valley, and then also the fact that we're going to have to be reducing our water usage statewide in the next few years. Are there some targets within the overall plan that you're going to want them to focus on?
Well, there's some mandated input. They have to provide certain things that the State Water Resources Board requires for this update. And we've got our old update, which was prepared in 2015. They'll be taking that and adding to that. And also there's a handful of items that the state has added as additional items to be looked at. But they'll be looking at our current water supply, our current demand, and what our future demand is projected to be, and the ways to get that supply. Right now, we're supplied by United Water and Cayugas Water. Well, the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency has required us to reduce our draw, and they've required all the members to reduce their draw over the next 20 years. So we're going to have to look for alternate sources of water. That's one of the things that they'll be looking at here. They will also be looking at, other infrastructure issues as well. And we already have our water master plan, which talks about our aging infrastructure. So this is a companion document, but there's a set of requirements that the State Water Board says have to be addressed. And they'll be focusing mainly on those, but those will cover water supply and water demand, water conservation.
Thank you.
So what exactly are they going to look at? I'm reading through this and I'm seeing terms that I'm not familiar with. So could you give us like a 8th grade level look at some of the things that they're going to be working on? And then the only question I have is, are we actively looking to reduce the amount of vegetation that we have to water, like in mediums? Are we looking at drought tolerant landscaping versus, what we have now? So I understand like we're gonna have to draw less water, but are we actively looking to reduce our usage of water?
Yes, we are. There are some new requirements that are coming into play that will require in several years that we reduce the amount of irrigation areas. And Mr. Charles Cable, the principal engineer that handles landscape, he's on top of that and will be probably making a presentation on that some other time. But there are requirements that we're going to have to follow that reduce our amount of landscaped areas in our water. So those are coming. But we will be looking primarily at our water supply and our water demand and projected usage and how we can conserve. We'll also be looking at potential recycling programs. And I've been an advocate, and so has Mr. Pete Martinez at the Channel Islands Beach District, and a number of my fellow public works directors have been advocates for looking for regional solutions to our water supply problem, rather than just going on a water diet. So that's one of the things they will also be looking at is, there's different types of recycling. One is indirect reuse, where you take water to the spreading grounds in Saticoy and you spread it there and it percolates back into the ground. It has to be in the ground a minimum of 1 month so it can be considered indirect reuse. If you can't right now, there's a lot of regulations where you can't have direct reuse, where you'd have treated water going directly into the system. There has to be an indirect, but we're looking at ways to improve that on a regional basis. And that's something that all the cities are going to have to get on board with. And that's another thing that this update will talk about, our potential regional projects. And the city of Camarillo is currently working on one. Dave Klotzel, the public works director there, they're doing a brackish water reclamation project near Las Posas and Lewis Roads. And they're going to be able to get an additional 4,000 to 5,000 acre feet a year for the city of Camarillo. So those are the type of projects that hopefully, regionally we're going to look at for our to address our water supply in the future. And one of the things that this update will do is identify some of those.
Don, I'm glad you brought up the city of Camarillo because the city of Camarillo, unlike the city of Port Hueneme, has numerous new construction underway. And it's always interesting when you see the amount of apartments and condos and homes that are being built, you wonder, like, that's going to draw more water out of the system. And so how do they balance those realities between the cities that are drawing from the aquifers?
There's an allocation based, there's a land-based allocation. As land cuts out of use from agriculture or other things, there's a certain amount of water that's allocated for the property. So it's shifting from ag, let's say, to residential. So there's water allocated based on land.
That's such an obvious answer. I'm disappointed I didn't figure that out myself, because what we are witnessing, like right now, we're seeing farmland being converted into a massive Amazon center. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. Appreciate that. Any other questions? Okay, at this point in time, I would like to entertain a motion.
You have my original motion?
That's correct. We need a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama. Passes on a 5-0 vote. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to item number 8, red curb policy. Staff is going to make a report, and I'm not sure who's going to make this report. Is it Don or City Manager Connors?
I will present, Mayor, the much-awaited red curb update or brief or report. This is a receive and file, but it's anticipated that this would create some lively discussion, and Don Villafano will provide the background music, if you want to call it that. I'm going to share my screen here shortly, and we'll be on with this brief. Thank you, sir. And can you just confirm that you see the briefing screen only?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, we also see the scroll bar on the left of your slides. So
Okay.
you're not in slideshow yet. But it's okay.
Yeah.
Brad, hit F5.
All right, we'll try this one more time. How about that?
Perfect.
Very good.
All right. Oh, wait, the council asked for a brief report on the fire hydrants and the curb painting policy. And I wanted to quickly go through a little bit of the history, but also the policy that has been applied within the city. And also look at a couple other things, in particular, the cost of migrating back to a policy where we're painting our curbs around fire hydrants red.
We lost your screen, or at least I did.
Yes.
This has not been a good night for technical.
It just looks black.
All right.
Take 2.
All right, I will reset really quick. All right, while I'm trying to do this, I apologize, but this is a fairly quick brief. My screen's frozen. If you'd give me a pause here. Do we have success yet?
No, your mic is good.
Okay, you can't see nothing. All right. Well, I'll go in the blind here. There's only about 5 slides. We are regulated when it comes to our fire hydrants by California Motor Vehicle Code, and also we have a city ordinance that also applies. The big part is that the ordinance says that no person shall stop, park, or leave standing any vehicle 15 feet of a higher hydrant, except If a licensed driver is seated and ready to move the vehicle, if the vehicle is owned or operated by the fire department and duly marked. But here's the big one. If the ordinance or resolution of the city reduces the distance, however, if it reduces it beyond 15 feet through 10 feet, then you have to have markings on the sidewalk. We haven't implied that. There is no resolution that accommodates that. On the city side, it's basically the same thing, but in October of 2005, the Public Works Director issued a change notice telling the community that the city was no longer going to paint the curbs. The reason that they were not going to paint the curbs focused on 3 areas: limited resources they could deploy and use in other areas, the potential for a code misinterpretation and the associated liabilities around that, but also, and probably most important, is to be consistent with all nearby jurisdictions. And we look at our neighbors, there is no city except for one, and the county as well, that actually paints the curbs red 15 feet on either side of the fire hydrant. The only exception to that is the city of Santa Paula. So then what I wanted to do is I just wanted to look at our parking citations associated with the curbs around fire hydrants. And in the year 2019, there were 404 citations. That equates to just about 34 a month, or just over 1 per day. But here's the kicker. The vast majority, at least 85% conservatively, those violations that received citations were less than 5 feet from the hydrant. And so based on really a fairly low number and the fact that the violations are pretty flagrant and blatant for the most part, we have 440 hydrants in inventory. And to do curb painting along each one of them would take approximately 10 hours of total man hours, from posting signs, traffic control, cleaning the curb, and then painting it and resetting back to normal. And when you do all 4,400 of those, 440 of those, you get 4,400 hours of labor. And when you do the cost analysis and you add in the materials, that's about $300,000 to rehab our current curbs, and then an annual maintenance estimate of $150,000. And so with that information, I wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to ask questions of both Don Villafano, who would be executing vendor contracts to do that if the council so elected to do that. And I also have our community planner also does code enforcement and parking enforcement, Mr. Tony Stewart.
Are there any questions for Mr. Connors?
Yeah, can you explain the 10 hours needed to paint 15 feet of curb, please?
Yeah, I will defer to our Public Works Director, Mr. Villafano.
All right, Councilman Martinez, basically, we have to post 72 hours in advance that we're going to be working in that area and put no parking signs in. So we send out a crew of 2 and they post the signs, all right? Then we come back in 72 hours, we have to clean the curbs and then we have to paint them. We're working in the right of way, so we have to set up traffic control. And for safety reasons, we always use a 2-man crew. So we've got that. And then once that's cleaned and painted, we come back the next day and pick it up. So that's how we came up with the 10-hour, approximate 10 hours to do that. There's prep time, there's posting time, and there's pickup time. That's the approximate, that's how I came up with the 10 hours.
Is there any possibility that it could be less than 10 hours? Because that to me, it still seems logically like it's more than it should be?
We use a two-man crew. That's 10 man hours. So if you have,
So
you've
5
got,
hours to paint 15 feet?
we have, that's not, that counts the going out there 72 hours before, putting the traffic control out there saying no parking. So that takes, you'll take 2 men to go out there and do that. Then they're going to come back 72 hours later, set up traffic control. The traffic control takes time to set up. And then they're going to clean the curb, wait for it to dry, and then paint the curb. So that's the time. Then they're going to have to leave traffic control back, some traffic control, and then come up and clean up. So that's, it really does take that much time. And you're using a 2-man crew. So if it takes 5 hours total, but you've got 2 men out there, that gives you a total of 10 man hours.
I have, so my math then says that it would cost $691.24 to paint 15 feet of curb if we did it in-house. I mean, I would say I'll do it for $300, you know, I mean, what I'm saying it's like, it appears that, you know, there's a lot of room there to, I mean, it just speaking in terms of contracting it out. But $691 to paint 15 feet of curb, that's quite expensive.
It is expensive, but you have to set up traffic control. You're working in the right of way. You have to take a look at safety precautions, and that's why it is expensive. And contracting it out actually would probably be, possibly could be more expensive because it's got to be prevailing wage, and they have to do, you know, I'm sure they'll try and do multiple locations, but they're going to have to set up traffic control. Those things are there whether we do it in-house or a contractor does it. Safety is paramount.
Yes. So one thing I noticed, and I'm sorry to my colleagues that I just cut off, but I noticed that our storm drains are painted red. And it appears to be maybe 8 feet, maybe 9. Is there a law that requires us to paint the storm drain red?
We're doing that because we don't want people to park in front of a storm drain and block the flow of water into the storm drain. That's the reason we're doing that.
Okay. Councilmember Perez, you had your hand up earlier.
Is there no way to use probationary crews or anything like that to do the painting?
We still have to have our people out there setting up the traffic control and directing them. So we'd still be incurring substantial cost doing that. We'd have to have our people overseeing it. So that would still be the 2 people.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins has a question.
My concern is not on the flagrant violators that are parking 5 feet or less. I mean, my impression is, you know, if they're not following the rules, you know, they should be cited. My concern, though, is for the people who are spatially challenged, determining whether it's 15 or 16 feet. And I know you put a guideline that each car is 15 or 16 feet, but I know cars are all different sizes. Perhaps my old 66 Pontiac is 16 feet, but then there's other cars that are quite a bit smaller. Is it possible, perhaps, that for first-time violators or ones that are, you know, they're trying to follow the rules and maybe they're 14.5 feet or something like that, that this would probably be a question for Mr. Stewart, where we could perhaps give kind of a, as our friendly city by the sea, some kind of a friendly warning to people saying, hey, you know, your car was 14 feet, which is not the guidelines, and this is why we do it, as opposed to dinging them for a ticket right off the bat when maybe they are trying to follow the rules. Again, this is not for the ones that are parking right in front of the hydrants and are basically just sticking their nose up at the law.
I would, that is a very good question and a good point. I'm going to defer that to our city manager because I know he's discussed that in various options with Mr. Stewart.
I think our city manager is currently restarting his computer. He's temporarily offline.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, it sounds like we're getting a little way away from the issue. The issue doesn't seem to be the administration of the citations, it's the affordability of painting the curbs. So I'm not sure, the report doesn't really say what generated this this issue, but I do recall one of the members of our public had raised an issue several weeks ago, so maybe that it's in response to that. But I see here that your staff is just providing us information. They're not asking us to make a decision here. So I'm not really sure what we're supposed to be agreeing on other than to receive and file.
I'm not sure we're not trying to come to agreement, but I think what we're trying to reconcile is the friendly city by the sea, which doesn't paint the curbs red, but if you're 14 and a half feet away from the hydrant, you're going to get a ticket. And, you know, it's when you go around and you could see that it's been painted before in many instances, but it still leaves a big question mark as to, okay, am I 13 feet? Am I 14 feet? Am I 15 feet? So an alternative that we may want to consider is let's help the parking enforcement lady or persons, you know, have an easier job to do, and maybe not painting the whole curb, but maybe a stripe at the 15-foot point would at least give the public an idea as to whether they're in compliance or not. Because I think a number of people in the public in the city of Port Hueneme have been questioning this for a long time. So, Councilmember Perez.
I have a question going back to the fire hydrant and the cost to painting the curbs. Are we taking into account that some of these fire hydrants aren't working and haven't been turned on for 10 to 15 years? Is it also including those?
The fire hydrants, they've been tested. We have a program, a water valve and exercising program in the city water division where we go out and we do test them. So the fire hydrants do work. The primary issue is cost. You know, the other jurisdictions, I checked with my fellow public works directors, and with the exception of Santa Paula, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, Camarillo, the city of Ventura, the county of Ventura, and the city of Oxnard have not been doing this for almost 10 years. And they found substantial savings, which they've been able to use for street maintenance. And that was the direction in 2005 that one of my predecessors, Mr. Kitnell, the city engineer, did. And that's because we weren't required to paint the curbs. And with respect to Mayor Gama's question about painting a stripe, you know, when our striping policy has to fall in compliance with the manual for uniform traffic control devices. If we're going to paint something, we need to paint the whole red curb or nothing at all, because really we'd be called to task for not doing it properly by just putting a stripe there. That's the thing. And when you're looking at, you know, an initial cost to repaint of somewhere around $300,000 and then a maintenance cost annually of $150,000, those are general fund monies that certainly could be better spent working at our parks, refurbishing our tennis courts, doing our playgrounds. Certainly those funds would find could do so much more for the community. And that's what we wanted to point out here tonight.
Councilmember Perez.
And I agree with that. I think the cost is extremely high and probably not worth the money, but I do agree that for those that are trying to do their best and park within the, requirement, I think possibly doing a better job of communicating with our community and residents and assisting people to try to do the right thing, and rather than just citing them right off the bat.
Councilmember Martinez.
Just for the record, parking enforcement did go in front of my parents' house and put a stripe basically marking 15 feet. This was during my campaign, and which is one of the reasons why I'm concerned, because only one vehicle fits in front of my parents' house, and I called. I try to fight it. I talked to Tony, I talked to Jennifer, and I explained to them the situation. I told them it was less than a foot, and nonetheless, my appeal wasn't granted. And I told them, it's basically like they're micromanaging us, just because, I mean, you could only fit the vehicle. You can't move the vehicle too much forward. You can't move the vehicle too far back, especially if it's a large vehicle like a van or a truck. And after I called, I find this very disrespectful, but they did come in and they did put a stripe saying, basically saying, hey, this is 15 feet, like you can't count or what? And we've been living, at least my parents have been living in front of that house for over 25 years. And the hydrant's been there this whole entire time. And I just found it kind of strange that this happened when I was running for council, right? And we ended up, I talked to Jennifer and I talked to Tony, and I told them, look, we had to move the vehicle because the fumigation company wanted us to move the van out of our driveway, which my dad was currently working on, fixing the vehicle. And so when we did move it, we after me calling Jennifer and Tony, we still got another ticket the following day. And see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean when I don't feel like we really are the friendly city by the sea. If we're going to be giving somebody a parking ticket for something that's less than a foot. So if we're going to be doing something like that, then we might as well at least paint it, so that everybody can see it. And then that way there's no confusion, So that's where this is coming from. I also don't necessarily agree that we should be spending $300,000, but I mean, where is it that we're doing the right thing as a city and doing right for our citizens?
And I would we're talking about the physical aspect of painting a curb and how other cities don't paint the curb and everything's great. But are those other cities is as aggressive as we are? And I understand, when you have a job to do, and if it's 15 feet, it's 15 feet, go out there and write 434 tickets, generate $23,000 of revenue for the city. But if we're gonna be the friendly city by the sea, how about saying, hey, and I get the flagrant ones, those ones we're not talking about, but it just seems we need to try to be the friendly city by the sea. And so I understand the economics, but then at the same time, we're out there painting the storm drains red, and that's got to be 5 man hours, because it's not. It looks like to me that it's half of 15 feet. So, I'm just trying to balance those two realities. And I do understand protecting the environment and all that. Yes, Councilman.
I think Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Rollins had his hand up first, so
yeah,
I'll go next.
Thank you. The purpose of these red markers is so that we have a safe city, that in case of a fire departments can go there and hook up. And that's the paramount reason why you have those distances from the get-go. However, I'm curious in how they enforce it anyway. Do they have a 15-foot marker that they mark and determine whether this person is 15 feet away or 14 feet away? How they determine that? And I will agree that I think this is an astronomical amount of money, and I can see that the money can be better spent in a variety of different things that would better serve the community. However, again, keeping with the theme of us being a kindler and gentler or friendly city by the sea, that we would perhaps implement some kind of a friendly reminder so that, that we could, hey, you did this thing, this is not the right thing. Next time we're going to ding you, but, at least we've been nice about it to let you know that you did something wrong and why it's wrong to begin with. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I agree with much of what my fellow council members have shared this evening on this issue. I don't believe that we'd have to find the money to do this if we wanted to do it. And I don't know where it would come from. We'd have to maybe take it from another project. But the issue too is safety. You're asking a city employee to now make judgment calls for the sake of being, perceived as a friendly city by the sea, and give her that, or he or her, that authority to exercise judgment. Then how are we going to explain that to the fire department when they show up and they need to fight a fire? And they said, oh, well, we were just being really flexible with our residents here. And we just made the call and decided that it was okay to let them leave their car there. We just run into too many gray areas when we don't follow the rules, and the rules are there for a reason. Everybody takes their driver's test. I mean, everybody should know that it's illegal to park in front of a fire hydrant. And I like Councilwoman Perez's idea about just doing better communication and just reminding people that it's illegal to park in front of a fire hydrant. And I think in your case, Councilman Martinez, maybe the time to be friendly is to maybe, I think you did some advance notice, right? That you were going to park your van on the street. And
my dad,
and maybe in that case is letting the city, can I get an exception because I have to park my van on the street? Is there any way I can get an exception? And that's maybe where we can exercise some flexibility.
I just think that flexibility might not be the best word, because we all agree that the flagrant violators need to be ticketed. I think we all agree on that. But in the absence of a flagrant violation, are we going to be sticklers for 5 inches? I mean, it's a tough call, but what can we do to make the parking enforcement person's job easier? And I don't know if sticking to the 15-foot rule makes it easier and requires her to pull out a tape measure and go, oh, it's that 14.9 ticket. I don't know where we go from here, but it's interesting to learn that
we're asking them to use discretion, and I don't know that how that would.
Councilmember Perez.
Yeah. So I think the issue here is when somebody gets a warning and they are aware of the fact that they may have gotten a foot too close, 2 feet too close, then they shouldn't be doing it again. And that person should be aware the next time, and it should happen less and less and less. And the more you make the public aware, the more common sense should kick in. And that's the responsibility of the person who's parking there. At some point in time, it has to fall on their responsibility. We shouldn't have to keep reminding them over and over again. But I think initial reminders might be a good idea. And then eventually, if they keep doing it after they've been warned, then you go back to giving them a ticket, regardless of how close they were. I mean, because we have to obey the law. We have to, they can't.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yeah, I just see that this is precedent setting too, and that if we set a precedent in allowing staff, city workers to exercise that kind of discretion on fire hydrants, where is it going to stop? Are we going to extend the same thing to street sweeping or parking at the beach? You know, oh, it's my first time here. I didn't know you had machines. Oh, well, it's okay. We'll let you go this time. You know, I just see it opening more room for people to then expect that they're going to be entitled to some flexibility every time they get a ticket. So.
City Manager Connors, I see you on the screen.
Yes, you know, the other thing that I looked up was the longest, I guess, distance from the fire product, and there's nothing outside of 12 feet. So we're talking about kind of rare exceptions to the blatant violation of parking in front of the hydrant. And the staff do look, and they do have direct access back to home base, and they do, look at extenuation mitigation, and those are occasionally overturned. I won't say that every appeal or every consideration is always made, but those things do happen. I just wanted to really point out that, you know, most of the violations are blatant, and it doesn't matter if the curb is painted red or not. And the cost to do that is pretty excessive, considering, you know, the violations as displayed. But what we are doing and going to do, and I don't call it because it's still early in production, is do a PSA called "How to Not Get a Ticket in Port Hueneme," and also put together some of the myths that I hear through the appeals process on not only the fire hydrant issue, but also other parking citations, so that you know, the community is armed with a little bit better appreciation for the people that do the work, but also understanding how to not get a ticket.
Councilmember Rollins, I saw your hand up.
No, I no more questions on that. No.
I have one final question for perhaps Don. I just heard that staff went out and did paint a stripe out on a curb. Is that unauthorized, or is that something that we're not supposed to do? But it just seems to me that, you know, it might be helpful to delineate what 15 feet is.
I was not aware of that until now. And if we're going to paint something, we should do it in accordance with the Manual for Uniform Traffic Control Devices, or we shouldn't do it at all. So we shouldn't be painting a stripe out there. And as I said, this is the first I've heard about that this evening.
Okay, so this is not an action item. Are there any more comments or questions for staff?
Yeah, I had a question. Since it's just a report, is there have you gotten kind of the general direction from the council as to where you would go from this? Or I know there was a lot of lively conversation on this. Where would we go from this? Or would we not go from this? Or do we have to do something to make some kind of motion? Or tell me.
Before you answer that, something came to mind. I do a lot of traveling throughout South Oxnard, and there is very little parking available. And so I wonder I'm telling you, there's fire hydrants that are being blocked left and right because there is no parking available. So, you know, I just wonder, are our neighboring cities aggressively ticketing people? I definitely know that Hueneme has a reputation for being all over parking violations, particularly on the residents. Councilman Perez?
But I will point out that we also have really nice streets. We don't have junk cars parked in driveways or on lawns. Our city looks much better than what you see in other cities because of our parking enforcement.
That's a very good point. Any other comments before we move on?
Mayor, would you like me to address Mayor Pro Tem Rowland's question?
Yes, please.
As a report, we just wanted to provide you with the full information associated with what the alternatives look like. There is no intent to do anything different than what we're doing. We're constantly looking to improve our customer service and those type of things already. If a further action is required, then it will have to be agendized at the end of this meeting tonight.
City Manager Connors, could you at some point in the future educate us on what comes back to the city? Because I got a ticket a couple weeks ago and I came into the city to pay it and they said, oh no, we can't take that from you because it has to go to Newport Beach. There's a company down in Newport Beach that handles our parking tickets. And so my question is how much do they get on each ticket? And, you know, it just, I don't know, it's kind of weird that I send my parking ticket money to Newport Beach.
That's the service that we use.
Do we pay an amount per ticket to them, or do we?
Yeah, there's a fee for that. I don't have the specifics at my fingertips.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions before we move on? Okay, this was a receive and file the report. We're going to move on to item 9, approve subaward agreement for Ventura County COVID-19 Cities Assistance Program and adopt a resolution authorizing the city to execute the agreement. Who is going to make the report on behalf of staff? Okay, looks like we lost.
I'm available if you need anything. It's basically the COVID-19 grant. We got some direct state aid from the state. The county has applied for some federal grants and they have an allocation to share with us. We signed this subaward agreement through their grant and we get pretty big share of our COVID expenses, not just the additional costs too. They're covering some basic salaries and benefits costs for public safety too.
How much money are we due to receive?
$257,825.
Any questions?
Just real quick.
Hold on.
Does that include the 100,000 that we get because we're a smaller city? The 257,000?
No, that's only the amount that's coming through the county's allocation. Anything that comes directly to us came directly to us from the state.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Mr. McDonald, are these funds going to be used to reimburse us for costs? And will there be money left over once we do that? Or is this for future costs?
This is a reimbursement. So once they pay us, it'll be reimbursed for any additional costs. But this is the first time I've ever seen it in my employment history that they're covering actual basic salaries and benefits costs for our public safety, which that is an item that we had already budgeted to cover that on a regular basis. So it's everything that's been real negative for most cities. We're on the opposite side of the coin, and it's very good for us. But.
Yeah. Well, I think the labor costs are public safety costs are usually reimbursed through FEMA. So this looks just like another funding avenue. But I noticed on item 3 here that money is supposed to assist the business ambassador program. And so what I'm hoping is that if we reimburse ourselves and there's money left over for the business ambassador program, that we use that money to help our businesses the best we can. Maybe even engage Chamber of Commerce using a carrot to help. Maybe that's what they need, is some help, some financial help to get them on board so that they can reach out to our business community.
Yeah, I've been through 3 federal grants in 2 different agencies, and I've never seen FEMA ever cover regular salaries and benefits costs. Usually they only cover outside costs, but I think
overtime
is so unusual and unique that that they're going a little bit more expansive than that. We're anticipating that we won't have any needs that make the FEMA's kind of justification, so we probably won't even have need of filing any kind of grant directly with FEMA.
Any other questions? I would definitely entertain a motion at this point.
Move to approve.
I'll second that. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
And Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to number 10, City Port Community Benefit Fund Project Determination. I believe Mr. Connors is going to make a presentation on this. Are you ready to go, sir?
Certainly hope so. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to attempt to share my screen again as soon as I get the host here.
Well, your video's working.
You can have it, sir.
Good.
All right. We should have liftoff here. Thank you, Mayor. This is the last phase of the entire balance of the Community Benefit Fund for a while until it's funded in the next fiscal year. And so I wanted to give a brief background on where we've been the last year with new council members and also for the community as well.
Mr. Connors, I just want to let you know you're flying blind. We don't see the screen.
Okay, I'll try this one more time here.
The information is in our report, correct?
Yes, I do have a brief that goes along with it, and
we got your screen up.
And okay, we have liftoff. So just a quick history. This fund was started in 2015 as a settlement and an agreement that established a $100,000 fund if the gross annual revenue from the port exceeded 13 million. The 100K is subject to some escalations and CPI and things like that. So it's not always exactly 100. It's deposited in a separate account that we as a city pay for these projects out of our general fund that are reimbursed out of this fund. The way these projects are developed, eventually created and moved into the council and the commission at the port for approval is through a standing committee called the Port City Standing Committee, where we have 2 members. Historically, it's been the mayor and the mayor pro tem, and the president and an equivalent at the commission. When those two groups meet, they recommend a host of projects that will eventually go to the council or commission for approval by the full council and the full commission. In the years, early years, the years 1 to 4, initially over that time frame, $426,000 were programmed into this fund, and you have you can see from the darkest blue line what that funding levels was. Unfortunately, we only executed or spent $264,000 of that money. So in March, we reconciled those projects. We submitted reimbursement requests to the port, and we created a new balance and zeroed out the projects so that in this year 5 and year 6, we had $338,000 and $338,915 to execute and develop projects for. And when we went through that whole process of identifying better ways to do this, we agreed between the port and the city to do a couple things differently in terms of process improvement. And you have this list here, but the bigger things are just how we score, how we develop these projects, how we prioritize them, and then when we meet together in our joint Port City Standing Committee, how we work through those projects and then present them to the council or commission for approval. And a couple of big ticket items was that we wanted to make sure that we publicize and marketed the fact that we're expending funds on the city in a variety of different types of projects. And so the marketing and joint press release, all those kind of things are now coordinated between the two agencies. So the basic process looks like this. It could be staff, it could be council, it could be commissioners, or hopefully it's the public who will continuously identify projects that are worthy of the fund. And then they ultimately go through me for development in terms of pricing, cost estimation, and then scoring, rough scoring. From there, we bring those projects at usually quarterly intervals, but we've done it a little bit more frequently based on the amount that we had available to execute against. And so the Port Standing Committee reviews those projects, and then they rebalance, reprioritize, rescore, and then we deliver a list of acceptable projects recommended by that committee to both the council and the commission. We also develop another pool of projects where if we exceed the money available to us, we want to keep on adding projects to a list so that, for example, if the cannabis industry wants to know if there's any projects that they would be able to fund out of their cannabis requirements, we have projects that we have already cleared so that we can use them for that as well. So when all that process happens, they eventually come to a spreadsheet that basically looks at the need, the score, and then the allocation based on one of those several areas of community interest, from public safety all the way to environmental and public info. And the spreadsheet looks exactly like that. So what has happened in the past 6 months? We approved 20 projects at $253,915, leaving a balance of $85,000. The reason we didn't approve the entire balance was we wanted to allow for some time for commissioners and others to nominate projects, score projects, and then put them into this growing list of projects that we can apply either to the Community Benefit Fund or, if requested by the cannabis industry, to their funds. And so this is the list. On the left, where it says status in work is IW, complete is C with the green box, and then not started is NS. So you can see that a majority of those projects are already complete or in work. The only one that is not started of those 20 projects is the annual Sister City Organization support, mainly because that effort has basically stopped in the COVID environment. So that leaves us to the balance. At a Port City Standing Committee on 17 November, the commission and our representatives looked at a host of projects, and they basically broke them down into two bundles. The one at the top left of the screen are the ones that came out with recommendations for approval that were already approved today at the commission meeting, commission meeting. And the ones on the bottom right are leftovers or excess. Projects have been reviewed, but were not recommended for approval at this time. Those 7 projects, 3 or 4 of them are originated with the port commissioners, and then the others originated from city resource. I'll go through them really quick. The Heritage Monuments is one of those art/history monuments. Again, there's no concept yet developed for it. And with approval, I will begin the process of working with art experts. I've already identified a couple to see and develop a concept for that particular community benefit fund project. The next one is the annual sponsorship for the Banana Festival. There's a similar one for the Beach Festival that the city puts on, but we work jointly to support both of those efforts. Beach 80 Access was nominated from our lifeguards, who wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity for folks who had disabilities to enjoy the beach as well. So this is really a roll-off mat that we can extend in any place on the beach that we want to do an activity, so that the ADA folks can enjoy the beach as well. The commissioners added in food share, $10,000. This is really a function of COVID and the demand for food from a variety of different demographics, and that's growing daily. We get quite a bit from food share in our senior nutrition program, where volunteers distribute somewhere around 180, 190 meals per week to struggling folks here in Port Hueneme. The port also asked to put a welcome billboard to put a point of distinction when you enter Port Hueneme and the beach community, and that was added to our list. The second to last is the Feral Cat Management Program run by Cats and Cradle. They do rodent control, particularly around the wharfs and laydown areas out by the lighthouse. And it's been very successful in abating that particular problem. Unfortunately, they hadn't been funded in a while. They used to be funded by the port, and so this gives them some money to continue. And the last one is this mobile library. It provides a variety of different digital capabilities in neighborhoods that they visit, and it also provides books and other things. So it's been, especially in this lockdown, stay at home, it's been a very valuable and often used asset for folks that don't have those capabilities at their homes. So that is the list of 7 that is before you for approval.
City Manager Connors, can we tackle this list first? Because I imagine there's going to be a number of questions as we go through each block. And would that be okay?
Sure.
Are there any questions for these approved projects?
Would we just be voting for each one individually, or all of them together at once?
This group of 7 projects is what is has developed and came out of the joint standing committee for your approval.
Okay, but tonight, this is a report, receive and file report. So this isn't an action item, so we won't be voting on any of these tonight. Is that correct?
No, this is for you to approve these 7 projects.
Let me see here. Okay, well, let's go with number 1. So what is that $25,000 slated to do?
The concept is a art/monument that depicts the history of this beach area from the ancient Native Americans who deployed their vessels out of here in what was then probably called international commerce to the development of the port and all points in between. And so it's a tribute to the history of this city and the port.
Councilmember Perez.
So I'm looking at all of these lists, and this is coming from a community benefit fund, but I do not see anything on here for youth that would benefit the youth in our community.
Well,
there's no way that we can add anything to the list for consideration.
You cannot add anything to this list. If it's not on this list, it will have to go back to the joint Port City Committee for approval between the port commissioners and our representatives. But
And
mobile
the beach-
library, food tier, beach ADA access, all support youth to some degree.
The beach ADA access, that's the rollout that allows people with wheelchairs and whatnot to go to the shoreline, I assume?
That is correct.
And is that something that stays out for an extended period of time?
It would be used for events. It could be
Like per event? Okay.
but it won't be out permanently.
Any council questions?
Mayor Gama, can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to let Councilwoman Perez know that prior projects have gone to support our youth. And this is just a one-time expenditure of leftover funds. And then we'll have more money next year that we can earmark for youth. But we don't have that list of what's been already spent on youth programs in this report. But there is a spreadsheet that is available that you can look at. Well, we have the 2019, 2020 CBF projects. Those are there. And I imagine there are some there for youth. But this is not the only opportunity, I guess is what I'm trying to say, to seek out funding for youth. Okay.
And you can look at the completed projects, and I did a quick check, and there's some that you could apply to youth, but I don't know if it's directly. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Of the 85,000, there's 3 projects that take up 60 of that $85,000 that I have a real concern as to how they benefit the community. And that's also taking into effect, like, Councilman Perez's request for more programs for youth. The first one is the welcome billboard for $20,000. However, how much I like the idea of people knowing when we go into the port of Hueneme, 20 of that 80,000 for a billboard seems excessive, and I don't see the strong priority for that. The second one that I don't see a strong priority for is, well, I'm not sure how it's coming about. The sponsorship for the Banana Festival. I can very much see on the lower tier sponsorship for the Beach Festival, but the Banana Festival was developed and sponsored and by the port itself. And it seems like now we're supporting that for $14,500 with our limited $100,000 that we get a year for the Banana Festival. To me, it seems like it would be much better spent towards putting that money, rather lifting up perhaps the beach festival in that top tier. And I'm not even sure why we're paying for that in the first place. And that Banana Festival has always been funded by the port and was initiated by the port. I guess the third one that I had a concern for was the Heroes History and Heritage Monument. I know we just went through an extensive process on how we were going to recognize community members that have given back to the city over the history. It would seem like that would be our priority for the community, as opposed to, while it would be nice to have, the history, it's representing more than a quarter of the remaining money. And it seems like I'm looking at some of the other types of things that we have listed down there, and also some additional youth programs that I have a real concern. So 60 of that 85,000 is going for things that I have a strong concern that maybe they should not be priorities.
Any other questions or comments from council members?
I'll agree with Councilmember Rollins' comment.
Yes.
I would like to add to
Councilmember Hernandez.
yeah, thank you. So I disagree with Councilman Rollins. I see the Hero Heritage Monuments has a very has more of a storyboard presence in our community that tells the story of how we became the city of Port Hueneme, beginning with the Chumash Indians. It's a way to recognize the Bard family, which we have not done ever. And I think the port, as well as we do, feel strongly that we need to recognize the Bard family for what they've done in helping construct the port, bring the port here, and the other things that they've done for our community, as well as other people as well, in addition. And then the festival program certainly benefits our community. That is all our residents, plus people from beyond who come and spend their money here in the city of Port Hueneme. So it's our share, because we benefit greatly from this Banana Festival. I see those costs as our share of contributing to that whole effort. The welcome billboard, it hasn't been designed yet, so I think we'll have an opportunity, both you and Mayor Gama, Mayor Pro Tem, will have an opportunity to get creative and think about things that can be on that billboard. It talks about the things that will draw people here, our beach community being one of them. So I think that there is a community benefit found in each one of those items.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, so regarding the Heroes History and Heritage and some of the points that Councilman Hernandez brought up, we've had a museum, the Port Hueneme Historical Museum, that's been in operation for a number of years. And as a volunteer of that, and the many other volunteers that have done presentations to the community, there's a great emphasis on the Chumash Indians, the Bard contributions to the community, the port's contributions to the community, the development of the port. That's been open every day, well, just about every day before the COVID pandemic. And I think that has been a very fitting recognition of all of these types of things, and of a great cost to the city of Port Hueneme as it is.
Okay, can I say something in return, please?
Sure.
So the museum is closed, and it's closed due to COVID and probably some other reasons. We're talking about an outdoor recognition of our historical story here in the city of Port Hueneme that will be outdoors, visible for everybody to see. it's an additional draw to the community. It could be a mural, it could be monuments. We don't know yet. You will have a say in what it ends up looking like, and it'll be current. So, yes, the museum is wonderful, but I think we need something more. I would like to see color. I'd like to see a storyboard. I'd like to see a mural here. And I believe that we've discussed this before. I believe that this is not the first time we've seen this list. So I think now is not the time to change it. I think part of the spirit of this community benefit fund was really born out of the 2015 trials and tribulations that the city went through with the port of Hueneme. And the whole idea behind this CBEF fund was to give an opportunity to city council members and port commissioners opportunity to get along and to repair relationships and to cooperate in projects that benefit the community. So in that spirit, I would like to suggest that we approve this list for now. And with your other ideas, we can look for those opportunities in next year's funding.
Council member
I hope that came out clear.
After you're done, I would like to make a couple comments.
So
Okay.
all that is good, but since this being a community benefit fund, was any consideration given to and actually received from the community about what they want funded? I would think that if we talk to many of our community members, probably many of these things would not be on the list, and they would be recommending probably a lot more items from the bottom list, which would actually benefit, at least for now, the benefit of the community.
Yeah. Let me just say too that this work has been in process for over a year now, and both myself and Mayor Pro Tem Sylvia Schnapps, Mayor Berg at the time, we've all been involved in these discussions, and these are high-level discussions between City Council and the Commission. This is not a public decision-making process. We are. Of course, we care about what the community wants, what they would like to see, and this is where we make these decisions. We do what we believe is based on what the community would enjoy. And we've taken information from some of the surveys that we've also implemented over the past year or two and listened to the public on what they want. So it's not with total disregard to the public's needs. These are items that we feel are important to the benefit of the community, and that they will stand the test of time once we make that investment. So I feel strongly that we need to move forward and approve this list.
So,
Mayor, if I may.
Okay, City Manager Connors.
I just received information that Director Dekas has a public comment, but it was assigned to the E&A instead of this one. If it's appropriate for City Clerk to read that public comment, I think that may be appropriate this time.
Is it normal that we have discussion first, then read public comments for specific items, Madam Clerk?
I was waiting for the city manager to be able to finish his presentation, and then we would usually read public comments and then council would discuss. That's our normal course of action. But I have two public comments for this. City manager is correct. One of them was submitted for item number 11, but Kristen Dekas' comments was actually for item 10. So I do have two to read at whatever time you direct me to read those.
Can we hear from Council Member Martinez first and then go to the public comments, and then I have some comments as well. Go ahead, Council Member Martinez.
Well, I wanted to bring up the fact that there were public comments, and then if that's okay, we can hear the public comments first, and then I'll speak on the matter.
Is the city manager finished with his presentation?
Yeah, this is just the last slide. It's just a roll up of the status of all these projects. And you can see that that's how they're allocated in the 27 that we've approved this year. And although it doesn't necessarily apply. You can see that youth are represented at 23,000. Community economic development is in there at 73,000. So all these have pieces of supporting youth, supporting other less fortunate folks too.
I had a question.
I think Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, let's hear the public comments and then we'll go to you after they're read into the record, okay?
Sure.
Okay, bear with me, it's a long one. This comment was submitted by David Scribner, and it reads, Port Hueneme City Council, the Community Benefit Fund has finite resources. There is a long list of worthy items which, if implemented, would improve the quality of life in Hueneme. Sadly, the costs associated with the project more than the fund can support. Projects proposed should be prioritized with items that will reduce long-term costs to the city at the top of the list, followed by projects that will have tangible effect on the quality of life in the city. An item like extending the sand mitigation wall would reduce the ongoing need to have Public Works remove sand from Surfside Drive every time the wind blows should be at the top of the list. 45,000 of the 85,000 fund is currently dedicated to signage and monuments. I have not heard anyone in the community asking for signage or monuments. These items will have little or no effect on the quality of life in Hueneme. Additionally, the city is likely to change its name to Hueneme Beach. If so, the signage will have to be changed. 5,314 is dedicated to the Sister City program. Perhaps I'm missing something, but I fail to see how participating in a Sister City program will benefit anyone in the city of Port Hueneme other than council members who may be able to visit these places on the public dime. The community has been asking for a dog park for some time. It's way down on the list. The other major issue is the proposal to spend money from the Community Benefit Fund to fund a truck traffic study. The port needs to pay for it. Truck traffic to and from the port has been out of control for years. We all know the history of the rogue truck drivers endangering the public, running red lights and crashing into cars, and sadly killing an off-duty police officer earlier this year. Many of us have been placed in life-threatening situations by port drivers running red lights and exceeding speed limits. The structural integrity of Hueneme Road has been compromised to the point that trucks shake the homes along Hueneme Road. The port has not been transparent about the number of trucks entering and leaving the port. The port reports that they do not use the entire capacity and only have 600 trips per day. That is 1,200 single trips per day, 432,000 per year, or one truck every 73 seconds. The current agreement limits the volume to 785 round truck per day trips, or 1,570 one-way trips, which translates to 573,050 trucks per year, or one truck every 55 seconds. Port is actively attempting to increase the number of trucks entering and leaving the port. A truck traffic study needs to be done to quantify the number of vehicles entering and exiting the port, as well as to examine the impacts of incompetent, out-of-control truck drivers hired by the trucking companies who service the port. Thank you, David Scribner. And I have one more from the CEO and Port Director, Kristen Dekas. It reads, good evening. I would first like to start off by wishing you happy holidays, and we miss seeing you at our various events during this time of year. Hopefully we will get back to in-person events by next year. As our board president referenced, the partnership between the port and city is strong, and we continue to look for opportunities to collaborate and enhance our community. As we look at improvements outside the port's gate, the Community Benefit Fund offers a vehicle to help finance such projects. This fund was established in 2015 as part of the revenue sharing agreements in the spirit of creating a platform for the City Council and the Board of Harbor Commissioners to meet regularly and work together to develop projects for the betterment of the community. Over the past 5 years, the port has provided $637,000 to this fund, advancing important projects for the city, such as ADA access for Hueneme Beach, food share donation, safety equipment for the junior lifeguard program, pressure washing graffiti, cat and cradle feral cat management program, the mobile library, beds for the homeless, and the Farmers Bridge project. At the Port City Standing Committee meeting of November 17th, Harbor Commissioner Rooney met with Mayor Hernandez and former Councilmember Munoz Schnapp to discuss the projects before you this evening. At today, December 21st, Board of Harbor Commission meeting, the Board of Harbor Commissioners took these projects under consideration and voted the full slate. On behalf of the Board of Harbor Commissioners, we look forward to working with the City Council and continuing this strong tradition of partnership and collaboration to advance projects that help prosper the city and port. Thank you, Kristen Dickus. And that's the end of the public comments, sir.
Councilmember Martinez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Gama. I agree with both Rich and Mayor Pro Term Rich and City Council Member Perez. There are a couple items on there that I think that we could use a lot more wisely. There's a couple things that I can think of. I know they're not on the list, but Boker Park, that park can do a lot of work. And so just little things like, yeah, the Banana Festival, you know, that's a big one, 15,000. The monument, so I agree with the public comment, 25,000. And as much as I want to see a billboard and the monuments, and I do want the Banana Festival, I just think those three combined are pretty much almost $60,000 out of the 85. And I just think that with those $60,000, we could probably fix up Boker Park. That would be really nice. It's the only park on the northern side of our city, you know. So I think that even though we do have plans to fix up the parks, you know, that hasn't started, and I feel like this fund right here would get things going in terms of doing good for our youth. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, I saw your hand up.
Yes, some of the various different projects that we have, that both the port and the city have funded in the past, I think were very critical and did some real direct benefit to the community. The three particular projects that I noted, while they're nice, I look at them as like icing on the cake before we meet some of the more critical needs of our community. There's some things that we really need to fix up or we need to add. I was looking at the percentages, and while we probably have a very high percentage of seniors within the community, actually it showed that zero money is spent on the seniors. I noticed that the youth, while there is a small percentage, that could be increased. I guess City Manager Connors, what categories would those three fall under in your pie chart? The history, heritage, the number one, the $25,000 one, the $20,000 one, and then the 14.5. Which do you see, if you were going to kind of flow them into that chart, where they would go? They don't. Again, I just don't see those as priority, and they're really neat things to do, but we got so many things that need to be benefited, that the community needs benefit from. I'm having a hard time grasping as those are our top priorities.
Those would fit into the community economic development category.
Okay, so right now we spend 33%. So are those in there already, or are those proposed to go in there?
Those are included with the prior 20 projects. So with this 7 and the prior 20, this is the current status of all those projects.
Okay, so if I was to look at that, we're spending 33% on community and economic development, and like for a sign and for like a nice historical monument, when we're spending no money on seniors, no money on homeless, and only 11% on the youth. And Parks and Rec, I guess, well, I guess that would be good for everybody. So that's a good thing, I guess. But I'm just having a hard time.
Mayor Pro Tem, it's important that, you know, to be, you know, fully clear on the Boca Park and a variety of these other parks. We have capital projects and a variety of different other funds that are applying to those. That's why we filter these projects. We've looked for a variety of different senior and homeless projects too, and there were no needs identified. And so it's not like these projects had been evolving. A lot of these had been funded in the past. This is the project list that we had to work with. And we have solicited publicly, and we solicited from council members, staff, and the port several times for additional projects. So these are the projects that have been created, and these are the only projects that have currently found their way into our list.
Are there any more questions from any council members?
I have some comments I wanted to make.
Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. One of the things that I've asked our city manager to look at for the future, because this is clearly an issue, and that is when we submit nominations for projects, and there was at one time a spreadsheet, which you probably have somewhere in your files, that shows who asked for that project. So it was just a mere like, oh, I think that we need a traffic study because of the accidents that have been happening over there. So let's put that on the list. But yet there was no justification. There was nothing in writing. There was nothing written down as far as what it was going to be used for, how it was going to be used, what the justification was. Were there all or other alternative funding sources? So I think we need to integrate that into our future process when we decide what projects are going to go onto the list. There has to be more to it than just an idea. Up to now, it's just been ideas. The second thing is, again, 2015 came, we saw a very turbulent time between the port and the city council. And so the idea behind this community benefit fund is that it would provide an opportunity for the port commissioners and city councils to come together and work together and collaborate together on special funding projects. We aren't the only decision makers in this process. We are trying to find a way to cooperate and to collaborate with the port commissioners in what they would like to see the community benefit money spent on. So the very projects that you're looking at, the Banana Festival, the billboard, and I think there was and the monuments. Those were all ideas that came out of the port that they feel very strongly to. So I mean, to go back now and say, well, we don't like your projects, it's going to be difficult. And it's not going to do a lot for collaboration. And we've had over $600,000 given to us through this community benefit fund. It's been spent on some really good projects. There'll be future opportunities. But I think the mindset that we have to go into when we look at this process is that we are looking to find we're looking to find agreement, not just among ourselves as council members, but also with the port commissioners. So where this money is it feels almost like shared money. It's not we don't have the final say, although we could send it back and say, okay, let's rethink these projects. But I think for the purpose of maintaining positive relationships with the port, let's move forward, let's approve these projects, and then look at the future projects and institute some kind of process so that we don't run into this situation again where you have no history on why these projects were even requested. I mean, if you wanted to look behind each one of these line items, you wouldn't find any information on where it came from. Now, one of the reasons a traffic study is on this other list is because there's other funding sources. Not that because it's not a priority. It is a priority and it's important to us, but there's funding elsewhere for it. So, you know, there was a lot of discussion, a lot of considerations made when we were putting in this list together. So it's, we had to consider other options as well. And we have to consider the fact that this is a shared kind of decision-making process with the commissioners.
Thank you, Councilmember Hernandez. So we have 5 council members here, and I appreciate your passion, and I understand it because you were involved in this process, but the 4 other of us weren't quite as involved in this as you've been, and 2 of us,
yes,
2 of us were not involved at all, the newer council members. And
right, which points to, let me just interrupt you for a second, which points to the need for us to be better at reporting out and providing reports following our committees, the City Port Committee. And we don't do a very good job of that. And we should have been reporting back and providing a list on where, information on where we were on these lists. But again, as the city manager has said, this is not the first time these lists have been presented to you. For the former city councils who are now on the city council. This is not the first time you're seeing it. So that would have been the time to weigh in on it. As far as the new council members, I think it's just important you understand the history of where we've gone with this list and where we want to go, and the spirit in which they were, this community benefit fund was established.
okay, thank you. So I want to try and complete my thought before I go to Councilmember Perez.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So I have a hard time with this list. $25,000 for heritage monuments. We don't even know what that means. Meanwhile, we have swing sets that have disappeared from Hueneme Beach. There used to be swing sets on the right side of the pier. Meanwhile, we have a broken down volleyball court for the last 5 years that has not been repaired. So there's a lot that needs to be done on the beach that will directly benefit youth. Of course, the swing sets are tied up right now due to COVID, but I think
haven't we funded those already from
No.
another source?
hold on a second. Hold on. Councilmember Hernandez, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I challenge your statement because I believe that those items are being funded under under the general fund, that we've already allocated funds for some of those projects, have we not? And I guess that would be a question for the city manager.
The volleyball courts are funded by a community benefit fund project.
And what about the swing sets?
They're funded by a general fund, a capital improvement project in part of the Parks Master Plan.
Okay, so if I may continue, please.
Sorry, I'll be quiet.
So honestly, I've never heard of the Heritage Monument. When I saw the word hero, I thought it had something to do with nominating and naming something after somebody, but now I'm corrected. We have never been asked to contribute, participate, other than show up to the Banana Festival, but we've never sponsored, we never provided money. That was a port, rightfully so, celebration of bananas. And food share, great. No one could deny that for community benefit. The welcome billboard, I don't know where that came from. This is the first time I've heard of it this week. I mean, I didn't hear about it before. And the only type of billboard that I ever heard about was one that I suggested, which would be directed at port truck traffic safety. You know, telling the truck traffic when you cross the border into Hueneme, slow down, you're here, get in there safely, return home safely. So I $60,000 for those 3 things is, to me, great. They're great deals. They're great items for a future date. I think there's plenty of needs that we could fund right now. And, you know, for the life of me, I can't explain how it is that the volleyball courts have sat there in disrepair for all these years when they seem to be a pretty minor thing to correct. Councilmember Rollins, go ahead.
Yes. I would move that we would approve all of these except for the three that I mentioned, the Heroes, the Welcome Billboard, and the sponsorship of the Banana Festival. And maybe at one point, I would remove that we kind of put those on hold, or we pass on those initially, but we approve the other ones. And then perhaps City Manager Connors and the point that Councilman Hernandez made, where we find where these other things that we think are very important to the community that would deal with the nuts and bolts of benefiting the community, how those are going to be funded, whether there's money in the budget through the CIP projects, through the cannabis. I know there's been some talk that, they could be funded by those other two areas, but we haven't seen anything specifically in paper. Yes, this particular project is going to be funded by this particular source of money. Right now, without seeing it in totality, if I was to look at those are our 8 largest needs of the community benefit, at least 3 of those things, I cannot for the life of me see those as the prime community benefits that we need. I think these other things are, have a lot of validity, and I would be in favor of like supporting those and then putting on hold those other 3 until we see how these other things that I think the rest of the council feels are of a more critical nature of getting approved.
Mayor Pro Tem Collins, can you restate your motion, please?
Okay, I move that we approve the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We approve the top 8 projects with the exception of 21-1, Heroes History and Heritage Monuments, 21-5, Welcome Billboard, and 21-2, sponsorship of the Banana Festival. That we pull those off the slate until we see how these other things are going to be funded. Okay. Christy, does that help at all, or should I define it a little bit better?
I'll call the question.
I understand your motion. I think some of the other council members have been waiting to speak as well before we probably do any kind of roll call or a second for that.
Okay.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Okay, I just to clarify the Hero History Heritage Monument, that has always been on the list, but the name changed. I think it was called Monument Walk, which is why you recognize it, but it's always been there on the list. The new items that showed up when we met with the port, I believe, were food share, the billboard, Cat's Cradle, and I don't know if the Banana Festival, I think the Banana Festival has been on the list all this time. Now, keep in mind, you guys, that the $85,000 was sitting there for almost a year, and we were being asked to give project ideas to the city manager. And he didn't get any project ideas. He got this, the best way to spend the last $85,000 for this year. So, I mean, and we had the others to choose from, but we found other options for funding those. So just for your information.
So one more point of clarification. So there's a motion to approve all the projects except 21-1, 21-2, and 21-5. Now below there are alternative projects. So we could replace any one of those projects with an alternative project. Is that correct?
I think if the motion carries, we're approving a certain money spent on these top, of the 5 of the 8 projects, and that money then would be freed and we could create priorities maybe at a later date. Or with the new councilman, there may be some creative projects that have not been included that maybe could be included in that 60,000 that we withhold from that.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
No.
I'll second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote?
But I did have a comment.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I understand and appreciate the relationship that we have with the poor. And I understand there was a lot of difficulty in 2015 and it's a much better relationship now. All those are great and I appreciate that fact. But the comment from one of the people who wrote in about the billboard was a good point. If we change the name of the city, which there's been discussion about it, there's lots of over the years, we're gonna have to change that again. I mean, if that's something that ever comes up in the future, we're spending $20,000 on a billboard that we may end up changing again. It's just something that's just a lot of money on a billboard right now. And like Councilman Rollins said, there's much more needed items that we can do some good with that are really what our community needs at this point. That's all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to approve all of the projects with the exception of those three that Mayor Pro Tem Rollins listed. So roll call vote would be Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Gama? Sir, you're on mute.
Yes.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Motion passes on a 4-1 vote.
Okay, so my next question is how are we going to deal with the alternative community projects? What's our purpose on those alternative projects? Do we deal with that tonight, or do we take a break and do we get the council together? What's our next step?
If the question is directed to the city manager, the next step is you approve those projects, and then those alternate projects, if they are to be and remain as potential projects, and you want to approve one of them or more of them, or you want to add projects, they'll have to go back to the joint Port City committee to finalize that last $60,000.
How do we go about adding new projects? What's the process to do that?
We have to
Sorry.
talk about it. It's on the agenda. It's right here on this report.
No, I mean, if it's not listed. I mean, sorry.
I would recommend that we have some new meeting or like a future agenda item where City Manager Connors collects perhaps some more input from our new council people and maybe our existing council people, and then he does was it a metric or something like that, a cubic, to determine priorities and stuff like that, and then we actually come back and create our own priority list of those things, and then we present those back to the Port Commission. Could we do something like that? Or yes, I'm sorry.
Hernandez?
Yeah, what are we going to do about the second recommendation on this report to consider nominate future community benefit projects, either as backup projects for FY 2019-20 and projects currently under execution for future programming? We're going to talk about that tonight?
You know, we probably could talk about these for a very long time because myself, I would love to see the dog park elevated, executed, and completed ASAP. I would like to see some beach amenities restored for youth enjoyment. We want to, there's some things we could do down there that would benefit the youth of our community. So perhaps the best way forward might be to have an agenda item in a future meeting, perhaps the next meeting or the meeting after, where we can hear from the new council members, populate a list of alternative projects. Although the dog park has my heart right now, but that's just me speaking. Any other comments, Mr. Rollins?
Yeah, I would say that we take a little bit of a break, and I would actually reinforce what Mayor Gama said, where we maybe take some time in the between now and the next meeting to have the new council people come up with some ideas. Our veteran councilman come up with some ideas and stuff like that, and maybe we can vet those and prioritize those, and then present those things back to the port.
Yes, and I just want to remind the public that the veteran council members here just have 2 years on the job, so we're still learning. We're trying to do the best job we can. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yeah, will this discussion have to happen in closed session? Because it seems to me that's where previous discussions have occurred.
Councilmember Hernandez, this is Kevin Spalding, Deputy City Attorney. I can't think of any valid reason for this to be a closed session item.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Spalding. And, you know, the other part that we're missing is, you know, maybe it's time to get input from the community. I know that we have a lot of information that we've collected through the Parks and Recs master plan. And the whole idea of community benefit is to benefit those most in need in our community. And I really feel that, especially in this COVID time, that we need to really be ready for the youth of our community to be at the beach, to have playground equipment. I mean, there's a lot of things we could do that are inexpensive things, not high dollar things to meet that objective.
We did that.
Well,
we did that.
Yeah, and the volleyball
we considered all those things.
Repair, and there's still no swing set. So,
yeah, I just.
Where have you guys been this last year?
Well, we haven't been in the negotiations where you were, so that's the problem. Is that, you know, this is.
But this isn't the first time you're seeing this list, and you're acting like it's the first time.
Well, the welcome billboard, I'm telling you, it is the first time. I don't know, Mr. Rollins, what about you?
That's true. That's the first one. Yes.
And that's 20,000 of the bunch, and then what? The banana.
Well, we don't need to rehash all this. We have a motion on the floor. I mean, it was voted on, so it's what's next? We're gonna have it on the next agenda.
I would like to see it.
Is that what we're asking for? We need a motion for that.
I think I mentioned that, and it's part of the motion, but maybe. Okay, I would move that we would put this on the next agenda item to reprioritize our needs, but still approving the 5 that we have already approved of. Would that be a good motion?
You only approved 4.
Were there only 7 here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so 4 of the 7. I'm sorry. We already approved that part, though. But I would make a motion that we put this on the agenda for the next meeting to figure out a new prioritization of the remaining funds of the $60,000, give or take.
And I will close. Well, I'm sorry, but I do want to make one other comment. Is that I don't understand where the idea came for us to be involved in the Banana Festival. I mean, that's a port event. We don't participate in the planning. We do provide mutual aid.
Do.
Yes, we do that, and I think we get reimbursed for whatever overtime. But it's not our deal, and so that came as a big surprise to me, and I've never heard of using the benefit fund for the Banana Festival, but I do remember having a conversation maybe where we could have a joint Hueneme Beach Banana Festival event, but that's all I recall on that. So I'm sorry for taking up more time than needed. I believe, do we need to have a second on the motion that Mr. Rollins made?
I'll second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have the motion understanding?
Yes, sir, I do.
May we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez. Sir, you're on mute.
Muted.
Councilmember Martinez, you're on mute.
Kidding. Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Moving right along. To item number 10. Item number 11. Sorry, my pages are. I have a page here. It says page 5 of 4. That's impossible, right? So we're on item 11, and it's on page 5 of 4. Anyways, okay. So exclusive negotiating agreement between City and Oxnard Harbor District for 100 Ponoma Market Street. Is staff ready to present a report on this?
Yes, Mayor, I will take it. I have also the city attorney if you have any specific questions about the Surplus Land Act or any other fundamental governing instructions associated with this property negotiation. This property had demonstrated interest for a fairly long time by the port. It was part of our successor agency package. And as a result of an action that took place in March earlier this year, the successor agency and the city entered into a purchase and sale agreement, which is in the process of closing escrow. So the city will own the property and then distribute those funds associated with the sale to the 12 parties that were part of the successor agency group. Now, since that the transfer and sale has occurred, that allows that property to be disposed of, or is required to be disposed of based on the governing instruction associated with the Surplus Land Act. And as such, there's a variety of different options, but the one option that the council has directed me to engage with the Oxnard Harbor District on is to enter into an exclusive negotiation agreement with the Oxnard Harbor District, and the requirement of the Surplus Land Act it requires us to execute this by the end of December, and that allows for 2 years of negotiating time before a sale and transfer has to occur. There were other options, but this is the option that the city attorney and city manager were directed to pursue. So that resulted in the finalization between the Oxnard Harbor District and the city, and an exclusive negotiating agreement, which is presented today for your approval.
City Manager Connors, in the information that you provided, on the aerial map includes the property, the building, and the parking lot that's existing, which I was under the impression that is not our property.
That is correct. That is an area. So it's just the space around the structure and the parking lot.
Okay. I was hoping that it wasn't an error, but clearly it's not our property. Councilmember Rollins, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, sorry.
You had mentioned that this is a 2-year exclusive negotiating agreement. However, I think in prior conversations that 2 years can be broken up into 6-month increments. Am I correct? Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, you are correct. The negotiating agreement allows for 120-day intervals that can be renewed between the CEO of the port and the city manager up until no later than a date of 2 years. And so each phase will be reviewed and renewed between those two agents for the city and the port.
I'm sorry to interrupt for a second, but is this the point in time when we would hear the public comments, Christy?
Yes, sir. I was just about to remind you, we do have 8 public comments at your direction. I will be happy to read those.
Okay, it might be time to read those now, and I apologize for making another mistake.
No mistake, sir. I would have made sure they got read. Okay, so bear with me. I have 8 public comments to read, so you'll get to hear my voice far too much tonight. The first comment is from Mr. Mike Wallace, and it reads, "Hello, Port Hueneme City Council. My name is Mike Wallace. I am the General Manager of Williamson Solutions." I'm so sorry, I probably just butchered that. I have worked with the port and have been based here locally for the last 27 years of my career. The company has been a port customer for over 30 years, so I've seen this property sit and be underutilized that entire time. I would love to see it get put to use and help businesses here in the port community. We directly employ 200 local citizens. Our business has stayed open during this difficult time of year and has kept our employees working safely while still meeting our customers' requirements. We are currently negotiating with an additional customer who is not currently doing business in the port, and their only major concern moving here is lack of space at the port itself. Every additional acre the port has means additional jobs. I sincerely hope this agreement can be reached quickly so we can keep growing jobs for the community. New space for the port means it can support all their customers in the future, and we can continue to grow our business and create jobs. Thank you for your time. Please be safe and happy holidays. Again, from Mike Wallace, General Manager. The second public comment was received from Chuck Calkins. Reads, "Honorable Mayor Gama and City Council members. My name is Charles Calkins. I am the Port Manager for Del Monte Fresh Produce. Del Monte Fresh Produce has been a customer of the Oxnard Harbor District for 41 years, and I have been fortunate to have witnessed firsthand the phenomenal economic growth the port has exhibited for 25 of those years. During that time, Del Monte has sustained thousands of good-paying jobs, supported local businesses, and played a part in the success of the OHD. I highly recommend an exclusive negotiating agreement between the City of Port Hueneme and the Oxnard Harbor District with respect to the purchase of the subject property. More spaces for the OHD will result in more economic activity and ultimately revenue for the city. I have witnessed the port's approach to growth and have been very impressed with their attention to detail, focus on sustainability, and willingness to listen and respond to all parties. Smart green development of the 100 Ponoma Street property by the OHD will not only improve the aesthetics of the parcel, but will drive economic activity that will be beneficial to the City of Port Hueneme, its residents and businesses, and the OHD and its customers. Truly a win-win for all concerned. Thank you for your time and willingness to accept these comments. Best regards, Chuck Calkins, Port Manager. Comment number 3 is from Casey Dexter. It reads, "To whom it may concern. As a member of the port community and a local resident, I see the benefits of the port to the city and surrounding areas through job creation and tax revenue. During these uncertain times, it's nice to know that there will be bananas at the store because our industry is deemed essential. That being said, the port has been overloaded and can use the extra space to help move cargo. I know firsthand how much this lot would help alleviate congestion inside the port and be put to better use. I urge the council to approve this agreement with the Oxnard Harbor District for the use of 100 Ponoma Street or Market Street. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Casey Dexter, General Manager." Third comment is received from Kevin Brannon. Dear City of Port Hueneme Council members, my name is Kevin Brannon, and I'm the founder of Port Hueneme's very own Real Guppy Outdoors program. The Real Guppy Outdoors program is a way to bring kids from our local community out of the streets and onto the pier to fish. To date, the program has served over 3,000 youth and held over 50 excursions and classroom demos. I had thought about my family and my community when I first started this program in 2011. I feel fortunate to live in Port Hueneme, where my community has supported me in my journey to make a difference in our home. One of Real Guppy's program's biggest supporters and sponsors is the Port of Hueneme, Oxnard Harbor District. When I approached the port, they brought me in and heard what I was trying to achieve, and the port supported my vision. I think you meant my vision. With their partnership, I have been able to grow my program and make a real impact to some of our children here in Port Hueneme. For example, when I look to use a conference room to hold educational demonstrations to some of our guppies, the port willingly scheduled a time for us to meet at their offices. I gladly support the growth of the port, as they have shown their success directly benefits our community. I am proud to have a port in our community that supports us consistently as the Port of Hueneme. Please consider allowing the port to grow and bring in much needed jobs, tax, and opportunities that our city needs. I strongly encourage a meeting of the minds and the powers that be to seriously come together for the better of our city. There is an opportunity for both sides in the better of our community and partnership of the port and the city. Collaborations and growth as the city and port can make history on both sides for the better of the friendly city by the sea. Again, I know there can be some compromise on both sides to make great decisions as a combined effort. This is something I know in my heart would benefit us all. With all the best, the Guppy Guy, Kevin Brennan. Next public comment is from Janet Ritza. It reads, Mayor and committee members. As a longtime employed resident of Port Hueneme, I do believe the agreement between the city and the Oxnard Harbor District should only be looked at as a positive thing. One of the areas been an open lot forever and nothing but used as a dump-in area for the city. I do believe that the Harbor District will put it to positive and beautification plans for the area. As I observe, it's only a win-win situation the way I look at it. The land gets sold and something positive happens to it. It could help bring jobs to the community, which that is always a win. One, by building it using union people, and two, expansion to the port for more jobs on port site. Thank you for your time. Port Hueneme resident she is. The next public comment is from Radel Flores and reads, Dear City Council members, I have been a Hueneme resident for 42 years. My parents and my siblings all live in Hueneme as well. I am writing this email in support of the Port of Hueneme, which has been doing amazing work in our community. I have seen them literally bring food and COVID-19 related resources to many places, including our city. Yesterday, the Port and Food Share and other partners feed over 2,000 families that need immediate relief. I am happy to know that our port is responding to the pandemic head-on. I think that socially responsible institutions like our port should have the opportunity to continue to provide these types of opportunities for our neighbors who need it. I am a small business owner and work as a therapist who works for the County of Ventura. I see firsthand what fulfilling a basic need does for our family. Our port is doing that, whether it is through providing jobs or distributing food or bananas. Our port needs to be supported as well. I thank you in advance, and I wish you happy holidays and a prosperous new year. The next public comment is from Port Commissioner Jess Ramirez, who's the president, and it reads, Good evening. My name is Jess Ramirez, president of the Oxnard Harbor District Board of Commissioners. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the City of Port Hueneme for the incredible partnership over the years. Usually during this time of year, we host our holiday open house event and extend warm thanks in person. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, we can't do that this year. However, I would like to assure that we value your partnership and we look forward to next year when we can get together again. As the fourth largest employer in the county, supporting over 13,000 jobs, the port takes its leadership role to heart in all areas of conducting business, including environmental stewardship. This year has been extremely challenging for many community members and businesses. The port has remained open and cargo has continued to move despite the COVID-19 lockdown. We moved essential goods for people and showed resiliency in an economic shutdown. The port will continue to be a beacon for economic growth and opportunity because of its customers and strong partnership within the community. With partners such as Del Monte, Chiquita, Sinicus, Food Share, Local Loves, and many others, we started feeding the front lines in March. With over 40 events, including one in Port Hueneme, we continue to bring the Banana Festival to people, giving away much needed food and supplies so they can endure the pandemic hardship. The Market Street property on the City Council agenda tonight has been of interest to the port for over 8 years. The port has bid on it twice in the past 8 years, and we are very encouraged to have an exclusive negotiating agreement for a vote tonight that will allow the port and city to negotiate the best terms in order to continue to grow our joint interest in developing it in the best way possible for our community, workers, longshoremen and women, and for generations to come, something we can both be proud of. Voting such an agreement, especially now, shows how we can move past the challenges of this year and look to the future to build strong foundation of a stronger city and a stronger port, creating opportunities that will allow our community to prosper in the future. This past month, our board voted this agreement unanimously. Kristen Dekas, our CEO and port director, is available tonight to answer any questions you may have. In conclusion, I would like to ask the council to approve this historic agreement and pave the way for joint prosperity and hope. Working together ensures the betterment of the citizens we all serve. Thank you, President Ramirez. Final public comment comes from Len Mazzella and reads, Dear Council members, this is to express our support for the approval of the exclusive negotiating agreement between the city and the Oxnard Harbor District concerning the property at 100 Ponoma Street. Pacific Railroad's Steve Doring, based in the city of Port Hueneme, has proudly served the city and the Port of Hueneme for over 30 years, employing hundreds of citizens of the immediate community each year in the handling of cargo received, delivered, loaded, and unloaded through the port. Through tremendous mutual cooperation between the city, port, and each key stakeholder in the area, we have won the support of numerous high-profile global customers in the process of growing our business in a responsible way to a level now limited only by capacity. This ENA will pave the way for the port and city to make the most efficient, effective use of the property within the port to yield greater capacity and continue supporting those customers as having ambitions to enter and or remain in the Port Hueneme area, keeping jobs local and facilitating responsible growth. Thank you for your support, Len Mazzella, General Manager. And that concludes the public comment.
Thank you all for those comments. City Manager Connors.
Well, that concludes my items in my briefing material, pending your questions, Mayor and council members.
Who would like to go first? Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Perez.
So I have a comment and a question, and my comment isn't directed to anybody in particular. I don't know who would be responsible for it, but I can't believe over 8 years that something more wasn't done to market this property to find, I mean, it's perfect place property. I just don't understand how there wasn't more interest in it. And I think that would have been a great benefit for a Chamber of Commerce to get involved with, because that's their job, to market property and bring in business. Aside from all of that, so my understanding is this agreement gives us 2 years exclusive negotiation in 120-day intervals to come up to some type of agreement with the port for use of this property. Is that the gist of it?
That is accurate, yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Rollins.
And because I guess nothing has been done in the last 8 years, we're at somewhat of a deadline right now to deal with this property. City Manager Connors, can you explain what our 3 alternatives are as of December 31st right now?
Once you sign this agreement, we're exclusively negotiating with the Oxnard Harbor District for the property. And that's the only purpose of this this particular agenda item, is to approve that agreement. And so we will be negotiating with Oxnard Harbor District on the 31st of December.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, I think he was asking what happens if we don't approve this tonight.
Well, there's a flow chart that is pretty specific. If you don't approve this agreement, there are no other, we can execute a transfer to another agency at fair market value. We can keep the property, or can go to the market, which would eventually be on an auction with other agencies. And then a downrange would be available for a potential buyer. But the limits to the use of that property are significant if all those other options are selected.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, I just object to this on the comments that nothing has been done in 8 years. It's really a disservice to staff who worked on this project and did actually try very much to sell this property and got very little in the way of responses. I don't know if Steve Kenny is still on, but maybe you, Mr. City Manager, can tell us. I don't like the passing of misinformation, people saying, oh, I've never seen this before, it's the first time we've seen this, and now people aren't doing their job. Can we get that corrected, please?
Well, the disposition of this property is not like a normal property that would be owned by a single owner. This was under a very specific program. When the program disbanded, then it became part of a successor agency asset owned technically by 12 different agencies. And so executing a sale would be along the lines of a detailed property management plan, which had to be exhausted over time. So the final phase of that was to buy it from the successor agency, which the city did, to have a single owner. And then the property disposition now falls under the Surplus and Land Act for disposal. Again, so that this property is not a free and clear. There's a significant amount of rules associated with how it's going to be disposed. And so that creates a problem for selling and developing the property. And so the level of challenge and difficulty over that 8 years is not insignificant. And if the city attorney is still on, he can probably add some color commentary to that description.
Thank you, Brad. This is Kevin. Yeah, this is a former redevelopment agency property. And as some of you may know, in 2010, Governor Brown wound up and dissolved redevelopment agencies in California. The functional effect of this is that the way redevelopment worked is it kind of theoretically froze property tax values at a certain point in time so that the tax increment when the properties were improved could fund bonds. And what that really meant was that entities that were funded by property taxes kind of took a back seat. So school districts and groups like that had to wait until the property was developed. This is how like LA Live became the Staples Center instead of just downtown Figueroa. And so when all of this was dissolved, redevelopment agencies had to become successor agencies, which were really run by the city. And all of the assets of the redevelopment agency had to be redistributed to these taxing entities. This took several years of audits, as well as state approval and Department of Finance stuff. The city's Department of Finance authorizations for its long-range property management plan came down in 2015. And so from that point, we had to enter into negotiations and compensation agreements with the various taxing entities so that everybody who was denied the property tax value over the time that it was redevelopment property could get their fair cut. This was a very, very involved and very complicated process. Most people have difficulty talking about redevelopment dissolution without getting a migraine. It's a very, very complicated process. One of the reasons why we feel a bit of a time crunch right now is not so much because the Surplus Lands Act exists, but it's because last year, the state changed the Surplus Lands Act and made it very, very difficult for the cities to sell surplus land to various different reasons. In essence, what happened was the state government decided that cities, local agencies, and special districts had a lot of property that could be freed up for low income and moderate housing. And so they put severe restrictions on how you could get rid of surplus government property and made it next to impossible to sell those properties for any reason other than low income or moderate income housing. And so part of the strategy here with the ENA is there is a provision of AB 1486, the Surplus Lands Act, that says that if a city enters into an exclusive negotiating agreement with a property that was on a long-range property management plan prior to December 31st, 2020, and then is able to consummate that sale by December 31st, 2020, then the provisions of AB 1486, the revised Surplus Lands Act, will not apply to that sale. And so that's really what we're trying to do here, is avoid the application of AB 1486 and sell the property to the port that we've kind of been interested in doing for the last 8 years, but have finally only been able to do it now.
Okay, thank you for the clarification, and I withdraw my comment, and I did not intend to offend anyone with it.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
So before the city could have gone into an agreement with the port many years ago through the redevelopment process or the successor. They just had to sell it to them with the agreement of those other parties that also had a share of that property, correct?
No, that is incorrect. Everything had to be done according to Department of Finance and State of California's timelines. In fact, the property is still in the process of being transferred to the city. The redevelopment agency was never authorized to sell this property to anyone, and the dissolution agency was limited by operation of state law and may only sell this property to the city.
So, and help me out, I'm not totally clear. I'm probably going to develop a migraine on this, but the purpose of redevelopment was to take underdeveloped land and put it to good use, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I can give you a breakdown as to how that works if you're really interested, but it's time consuming. And
so the port and maybe other entities, I don't know the history of it, but the port I know has been interested in this property for a long time. Correct?
That's correct.
And at no time in the past, the port and the city could have come to an agreement to sell it to the port or give it to the port for the reasons that the port might want it.
That's correct. The property wasn't owned by the city, and still is not.
But then, how in the past would it have been able to been developed? It wasn't in redevelopment, and it wasn't in successor to lay fallow. It was supposed to be put into good use somehow. That's why redevelopment is in effect, right?
Right, and that's how it would have worked had Governor Brown not wound up redevelopment agencies in the state of California. Once that occurred, redevelopment agencies could not follow their own recorded redevelopment plans and could not hold property, which is what gave rise to the successor agencies, which occurred all in about 2010.
So up until 2015, it could have been redeveloped.
No, up until about 2010, it could have been redeveloped, and we were not authorized to sell it until 2015. And then the only party we could sell it to was the city, and that was only after we entered into the compensation agreements with the taxing entities.
All righty.
Like I said, it's a very complicated area of state law and is one of the reasons why several California cities went bankrupt.
Okay.
So if I may, how then did the redevelopment agency sell that little parcel of what is called Dewar Park to, I believe it's Passages? There's a business that operates there on the corner. How did that happen?
I don't have the preliminary title report of that. I don't know who owned it. I don't know anything about the state of title to that or whether the redevelopment agency ever owned it.
Okay.
If they did, I would imagine that its sale took place long before 2010, and that would have been done pursuant to a redevelopment plan that didn't need that property. But that would all be speculation. I don't have the actual information.
Okay. So what's interesting is if you Google that property, it comes up as Dewar Park, and there's information out there which seems to suggest that the city had designated Dewar Park as a fully functioning park within the city. And it's really confusing because I've heard that name, Dewar Park. I'm like, what are they talking about? We don't have a park by that name. So I don't know, Kevin, if you know the answer to this, but perhaps community development, but I'm just trying to understand how it came to be that, a little portion of it was developed with a commercial building and the rest of it has been idle for all these years.
I wouldn't have specifics on that, but given the fact that it was a community park, it likely wasn't part of the development area, and getting rid of parks or changing the way that parks are dedicated are different provisions of state law, completely different rules govern.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
So I've heard two alternatives right now. One would be to, the exclusive negotiating agreement with the port. One would be to, I guess, not do it and then turn it into a company that wants to make it lower moderate income housing or affordable income housing. The other term that I've heard is open space that City Manager Connors brought up to me. Can you clarify what that terminology is, using that facility as open space? I wasn't really clear. I mean, I have my visions of what it could be, but I'm probably wrong on that. So can you clarify that?
Open space could be considered like a natural habitat. Think of like out in Thousand Oaks, they have Costco, which is Conejo Open Space Conservation Agency. It's a joint powers authority that deals with all the park trails and things like that, Wildwood and some of those areas around Thousand Oaks, Moore Park. And that's kind of what open space is. However, under AB 1486, we likely would never get there and would never be able to offer this property for open space because it would be near impossible to not sell it to a low-income property developer.
Okay.
So if we approve this exclusive negotiating agreement and we then, is there a process as a part of a exclusive negotiating agreement? Is there a process spelled out in the law that we have to follow and abide by? Is there any peculiarities with that, or is it just, okay, go in a room and hammer out your differences?
Mayor Gama, what it really is it's a promise not to entertain other offers. And so we would be exclusively negotiating with the port. Nothing prohibits us from receiving other offers while we're subject to an exclusive negotiating agreement. But what the city is agreeing to is not to entertain any other offers for the property while that agreement is in force. Okay,
and so are there any preconditions to entering into this negotiation phase, or is it completely open to the participating parties?
It's completely open to the participating parties. The state law doesn't have much to say on the matter, and it would be governed by the terms of the agreement.
Councilmember Rollins.
And who generally is involved in the negotiation, the exclusive negotiating agreement? Is it city staff? Is it city staff and the city council? Is it a combination thereof? Who is actually involved in that process?
The city council has already provided that direction in closed session, which I'm not going to get into because it's a protected communication.
Okay.
But in essence, the city manager has been authorized in accordance with his duties.
Okay.
Now, because we authorized him as our chief negotiator prior to entering into this agreement, is there anything stopping us from reorganizing our negotiating team?
Generally not, but the negotiating team is almost always the city manager. It would be highly unusual to nominate someone else. The city manager, by definition under state law, as well as the city's municipal code and the city's charter, is the chief administrative officer and has chief executive powers as delegated by this council to entertain offers and dispose of city property, as well as being the purchasing agent. It would be very unusual to not let the chief executive officer engage in such a matter.
So we have seen various depictions of what the use of that property is going to be or could be or might be. Is it, and I imagine, I think I already got the answer to my question, but we then have through the process of negotiations, we could determine what the plans are for that property and then decides on the merits of those plans, as opposed to just sell us a property and we're going to do whatever we want to do with it, and we'll let you know when we're ready to do with what we want to do with it. So, so I'm understanding that when we go into this exclusive negotiating agreement, that we could make demands. We could say we don't want a wall. We could say we want joint use. I mean, everything is pretty much on the table. Is that correct?
If you're referring to any future land sale contract, then yes, but this exclusive negotiating agreement doesn't provide such limitations by its own terms.
What role does the city council will have in this exclusive negotiating agreement? Do we have a role, and what would that be?
In the exclusive negotiating agreement, there really is no role for the city council. It is simply a promise not to entertain other offers. Where the city council's role comes in is that no property can actually be transferred or sold, and no purchase and sale agreement can be entered into without the council's approval. The council has complete and total oversight over the price, the terms of payment, how the property is to be sold, how the escrow is supposed to happen. If the council does not want to sell this property pursuant to a purchase sale agreement or wants specific terms in the purchase sale agreement, that's entirely within the council's discretion. The city manager and no staff is authorized to make any transfer of a property without council approval. That would be illegal.
So the city council ultimately will approve the sale and the terms of the sale.
Absolutely. That's the way it's always been.
Okay. Just confirming that.
So for our residents watching and for the community and the public, this is a very complicated process, and I think we all probably have gotten many headaches over the last 2 years when we got into this subject. But just so you know out there, if we sell this property, the net amount to the city is about $300,000 because we took the step to satisfy all the lien holders to get them out of the way, so to speak, so that we could be in a position to negotiate directly with the port one-on-one. And so my understanding was if we didn't do that, then any agreement to sell this property would have to be approved by every lien holder on this property. So is that correct?
Mayor Gama, the term lien holder, as you use it, is really referring to the taxing entities like school districts and people like that.
Right.
So it's paying out the compensation agreements that they would be entitled to from the property tax revenue under redevelopment.
Okay. So the city then, we stand to benefit from increased business from the port because of our revenue sharing agreements. I think we all agree on that, right?
That would be correct, as my understanding.
Okay. Any other questions for either city manager or city attorney? Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Can I make a motion that we approve going into an exclusive negotiating agreement with the city, with the port, the city with the port over this property for the next 2 years, but with a referral every 6 months, or I guess a renewal every 6 months.
I want to just continue the discussion just a little bit longer, if I may, please. So yes, 8 years of interest, very frustrating for all parties. Clearly, pressure to negotiate is equal on both sides. We both have something to gain and we potentially have something to lose. So I would hope that if this passes, that we get it done in 120 days. I mean, let's just get it done. And if we can't get it done, then we walk away. But I don't want to see this thing drag out for 2 years. Let's just get in, let's get it done, let's negotiate in good faith, let's meet in the middle, let's compromise. Nobody's gonna walk away 100% happy. So with that, I will second Mayor Pro Tem's motion.
And I'll be removing myself from the vote.
And why?
Councilmember Martinez, do you have a conflict?
Basically, yes.
In the future, please contact me directly before a meeting. Please identify the nature of your conflict and recuse yourself from conversation.
Can I make I think part of it is that role that you gave me one time for something, and maybe you can clarify that for Mr. Martinez. Maybe it's not a conflict. He lives within, 600 feet of the property. Is that considered a conflict or not?
Generally, yes, it is. As long as it will have a foreseeable material impact on the property. Is Mr. Martinez, one of the reasons why I would prefer advance notice is Mr. Martinez's property owned, or is it a lease interest?
Owned.
I would argue that you have a foreseeable material conflict in that it could significantly affect property values.
Mr. City Attorney, what if property values went down as a result of whatever arrangement? It's just a question for.
Then the city council member would still be subject to a conflict because they would have an interest in avoiding that outcome.
Okay, makes sense.
My bad, Kevin. I'll let you know ahead of time next time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think we should help each other out here. I got caught up in the same situation, Councilmember Martinez, and yeah, you have to look out for your own interests sometimes, and that's unfortunate. But I think we, in the future, we need to help each other out, and I apologize for not advising you to contact the city attorney. Anyways, apologize. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, may you take the roll call, please?
If I might clarify Mayor Pro Tem Rollins' motion, his motion was to approve the recommendation with a renewal or reevaluation every 6 months. So are we approving the motion as it's stated in the agenda, or are we approving the motion that Mayor Pro Tem Rollins stated?
I need some help from City Manager Connors. I thought that's indicative of the agreement that every 6 months.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, that language is in the agreement. So if you approve of the agreement, then it automatically follows.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. It wasn't stated in the actual recommendation, so I apologize. I just wanted to clarify what we were voting on. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez? Oh, I'm sorry. Is recused from this vote, and Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Motion passes on a 4-1 vote with Councilmember Martinez recused.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You've worked very hard tonight. Oh, here we go. We are to the last item on our agenda. Council member reports, comments, and requests for future agenda items. Council member Hernandez, would you like to go first?
You're muted.
Yeah, I got it. Sure, I will go first. Thank you, Mayor Gama. I think this meeting is really important, this particular item in particular, because we have an opportunity to share with incoming council members a little bit about what our committees are doing. Because in January, won't we be selecting new committee assignments? I believe we are. So anyway, I just wanted to try to give a little background on some of the committees that I am working on and report out to all of you in case you have an interest in any one of the committees. So I am on the Port City Committee, and we've obviously beat that one pretty well, beat that drum pretty well. The Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance is another committee that is a regional committee with other council members and board of supervisors from Ventura County, and they obtain funding and find projects and work on projects that are energy efficient, such as the EV stations located throughout the county. And they're working on something right now to streamline the EV permitting process for people who want to use the EV stations. And I think we're the only city not participating in that. And I'm not sure why, but that would be something that this committee could help with, is looking at how we can bring more energy efficient processes into the city of Port Hueneme. I'm also on Beacon, and I'll let Mayor Gama talk about Beacon. The reason I brought it up is because RDP 21, which is another committee, is going to do some collaboration with Beacon on holding a sand summit. And I participated in a discussion on that today. We've been kind of tossing around ideas, and we're moving forward with an agenda. But RDP 21 represents the base. They're an advocacy group consisting of representatives from throughout Ventura County, and they have board of supervisors who help chair this group. It's a pretty large group, and it's all about supporting the base and lobbying on behalf of the base. And I believe it started with BRAC when they were trying to close bases. We wanted to make sure that Ventura County was positioned well enough with support from locals to ensure that the base remained open. So that's really the essence of RDP 21. I'm on that committee and the strategic planning committee, which is a smaller version of RDP 21, and they do all the programming and planning the trips to Washington, D.C., which we were supposed to go on this year, but we didn't due to COVID. So, and I am told that they are well, never mind. I'm not even gonna say it because I'm not really sure. So let me just move on. The other committee I'm on is the Ventura Regional Sanitation District, and that has all 10 cities represented. And right now we are going through getting ready to apply for a conditional use permit to extend the life of the landfill, the Tolan landfill. The VRSD is responsible for working landfills in the county and non-working landfills. And right now we have just the Tolan Road landfill that we oversee, which is where our trash goes. And we're working on a conditional use permit there. And it's a good committee, very well organized, and very good organization to be associated with. And let's see what else. I'm on a couple of committees that are non-city. I just got appointed to be on the Public Safety Committee, representing Channel Counties under the League of California Cities. So I'll be part of the public safety group. I got appointed to that just this last week. And I'm also going to be serving on the County Library Commission. I was invited to participate on that. And I was also invited to participate in the Cal State University Channel Islands I think it's a land use organization, land use committee. I was supposed to submit a letter for the January meeting that's coming up, the committee meeting, so there's a lot of opportunities to get involved out there. If anybody wants to talk to me about any of my committees, I'm available. If you have a particular interest in serving on any of them, just let me know. Because I don't know that we're going to necessarily keep the same assignments when we have this discussion in January. So everything's up for grabs.
Councilmember Hernandez, is that a request for a future agenda item?
The committees, I think it's already planned. I believe our city clerk already has that planned for that agenda.
What, for our next meeting agenda?
I believe so. Is that true, Ms. Bunkskepper?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. It'll be addressed at the January 19th meeting. Okay. And you'll be provided a staff report that goes over a detailed description of the different committees and the current list and the dates and meeting times, everything that is pertinent information for you guys to know in making decisions to reorganize.
So is there a way to distribute a list amongst all of us so that we could, maybe do a little research and educate ourselves? Particularly, I'm speaking on behalf of our new council members, so that they could, see what's out there, see what's going on, because it is quite, and there's a lot of stuff going on.
The new council members during their election period are provided that list in their campaign packets. I include all of that information, but I would be happy to distribute that to them again, just to make sure they're reacquainted with the different opportunities. And I'll redistribute it to everybody.
Thank you.
That'd be very nice. Councilmember Perez, I believe you're up next. If Councilmember Hernandez is completed.
I'm done. Thank you, Mayor Gama.
Excuse me. Well, I would like to see more about the Chamber of Commerce and I don't know if that's appropriate to put it on the next agenda item, but I would really like to see what we can do to get that organization going or to look at other options. But I think that's an important entity that we should be utilizing for our small businesses.
Shall we do a vote on this for a future item on the agenda? And I would just make a motion that as soon as humanly possible that we get an update and some recommendations for creating, establishing, or moving forward with an effective chamber. Can I have a second?
Second.
Christy, can we do a roll call vote, please? Sorry, Madam Clerk.
pleasure, sir. Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
and Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
So approved.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any other items you'd like to share with us, request to talk about?
Nope, I think that's it.
Okay, look at that cat. That is a very photogenic.
What's her or his name?
Wow. Okay.
Biden.
Ah,
His name's Biden, or I call him Bitty Bitty. Sorry, but he's like, I have to hold him all the time. He's very attached.
he's chewing your hair.
Sorry.
Okay.
Like mine, who was trying to chew my computer cord.
Yeah, Jackson's asleep in the corner. He sleeps a lot. Councilmember Martinez, future items on the agenda.
Well, at one point, I'd like to hear like the update on the parks. I have full faith that our city manager Connors is taking care of it. I'm not sure when we're gonna find out, the progress of the parks, but obviously you guys know that I'm interested in renovating the parks and having also youth programs. But for now, I don't know, an update. I don't know if that's necessarily something that's going to be put on the agenda. That's where I'm at.
City Manager Connors, do we have a projected date for our full briefing on the Parks and Recreational Master Plan?
The end of January is one of the projections. So that would include a variety of things that Councilmember Martinez is interested in. Also, I'm scheduled to give a capital improvement update in January, which also identifies several different projects associated with park renovations. Oh, and there will be a tennis court brief in January as well that talks about the maintenance plan associated with those and some improvements there. So there's several things coming up in January that I think would take care of all those things.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I won't go through the list of the different organizations and committees that I'm involved in, since we're going to get a detailed report to share with everybody. But in the back of my mind, I think it's already on the agenda, or I was assured that it was going to be. One is the amendment to the resolution to have no smoking at the parks. As an addendum to we approved the no smoking at the beaches. I know my understanding is staff is working on that. I don't know when that's planned, but I would certainly like to see that on the agenda in the foreseeable future. And then the other thing that I think we had listened to a report, and I thought, again, this was going to come back to us, was the beach disposal of cigarette butts that the Surf Rider Foundation was going to be putting into our beaches, or could put into our beaches free of charge. They were just looking for volunteers, but that whole project of putting these nicely designed cigarette butt disposal things at the beach. Mr. Connors, is that something that you were planning sometime? Anyway.
I can, Brad, if you'd like, I can address those items.
Yeah, I was going to refer this to Mr. Perez, who's doing the detail work on it.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Rollins, with regard to the smoking ordinance, it is our intent at the special meeting that's scheduled for January 13th, where we'll be talking about cannabis dispensaries and cannabis businesses in the city. to also talk about the smoking ordinance. Without going into too much detail, that is programmed and set to be presented and discussed with the council on the 13th of January. And the second item, we did take the direction from council. I did work with the Surfrider folks, the folks that are advocating the Hold On To Your Butt program. We made decisions. We provided authorization. Unfortunately, with the implementation of the new stay-at-home order, the installation was delayed, but all things are approved and the plan is in place. So once they feel comfortable going out and installing them, we do have about 9 locations, I believe we agreed on, that will be installed with the receptacles.
That's great. The final thing, and it may be covered at this end of January where you're talking about the various different CIP projects, is the dog park update. Is that planned in the foreseeable future?
So there was a update provided, I believe, not at the last meeting, but the meeting before, about the status of our dog park research, our dog park efforts, the things that we would look for. And the next step is really the completion of the park's master plan, determining where the dog park falls within the priority of projects that come out of that plan. And then we'll talk about budget resources and schedules.
So is that part of that end of January discussion or past that?
I think with the presentation of the park's master plan, there will be an opportunity for the council to approve an order of priority for projects and an implementation plan. So it would be at that time that we make decisions about which projects come first and what resources are available to support those projects.
Matt, I want to ask a question. If say the dog park gets slated for community benefit fund, could we not expedite working on the dog park? I think we all agree that there's some low cost alternatives out there. It doesn't have to be a Taj Mahal dog park, but
Mayor Gama, this is City Manager Connor. There is already an approved project associated with dog parks. It's I believe $10,000, and that is being held until a variety of things happens, including determining where it should be, which is going to be part of the parks master plan process.
Right. Excellent. Mr. Rollins, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, are you done?
I am done.
Okay, it's my turn.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Councilmember Perez, you have.
I just had a question or a comment for the city clerk when you're finished, so I'll wait.
No, go ahead.
It was just about the committees. I noticed that I heard mention of a committee that former council member Sylvia was on about the businesses, but I didn't see that on the list. So I was wondering if the list might need to be updated, because I heard a bunch of other committees that Councilmember Hernandez is on, but was not on the list as well.
I think Councilmember Schnapp was aligned with Steve Kenny to work through some of these business things we heard about early on with COVID and
okay.
meetings.
So that's not a committee?
Yeah, so it's probably not on the list, but
it could be.
It could be.
Yeah, it should be, I think.
Yeah, it came off out of the disaster council. We decided we needed to do something for businesses, so it was kind of an offshoot from the disaster council. So I think if there's more money coming in, and as long as businesses need assistance, I think we need to keep that committee going. So
agreed.
Councilmember Perez, just to address your comments, you will have the opportunity to add to the committee's list and make appointments at that next meeting. And I just want to remind everybody during these council comments that this is not a time for discussion to go into too much detail before we get in trouble, since they are not agendized items. But you will certainly have the opportunity to add any committees that you guys see fit to make appointments to.
Thank you.
Okay, I get to go. So today we had, I think it's a director on Beacon. I should know better. But yes, it is a director. But anyways, I'm a member of Beacon, and we had a meeting today, and Councilmember Hernandez participated as well, which is greatly appreciated. And what we're carrying on and is bringing the stakeholders together around dredging our beach management because it involves so many players. 2 years ago, we had a sand summit. Was it 2 years? It was about 2 years ago.
It was our first year on council.
Yeah. So, so it's a regional problem. Point Magoo has problems from sand that migrates from Hueneme Beach down to Point Magoo. Our sand comes from Hollywood Beach via the Army Corps of Engineers. The county's involved, and the Navy's involved, the port's involved, the city of Port Hueneme's involved. So at our original sand summit, we wanted to get everybody on the same page to speak the same language, understand the problem, so that we could focus on maintaining that support we get from the federal government and judiciously moving the sand around the corner so that we don't run into that situation where Surfside Drive was fallen into the ocean in 2012, I believe, 2013 perhaps. So we're in the beginning processes of making an agenda for our sand summit. And the date of that meeting will be February 18th, probably at 11 a.m. Still working out the details. Our next planning meeting is going to be on January 4th. It's really interesting, and City Manager Connors is very versed in the naval budget allocation process. Well, the process for budgeting and maintaining navigational channels is very complicated, and it's probably more complicated than redevelopment agencies. So it is a humongous job because you have to pull all these bureaucracies together, and it's really important for us because our beach depends on it, and we need that support. So we're working hard on that. I also serve on the Animal Services Commission, and on that one I'm a commissioner, and I enjoy it very much, and we'll be having a meeting coming up here soon. In terms of COVID in the future, I just want all of us to keep faith, be positive, and keep doing what you're doing to stay healthy. I'm waiting for my test results from the other day. My wife came back negative, so I certainly expect to be negative. I don't have any symptoms or a temperature, but there is light at the end of the tunnel, and I hope that we all could get there together and be ready to look towards a wonderful summer. Hopefully we'll end it with the beach festival. This past weekend, the Cops for Tots, what a wonderful event. It was awesome to see all the volunteers, and what was even more awesome was the care and the COVID safe and the way that we did it. And, you know, it was a team effort, and everybody did the role. And from Parks and Recreation, the police explorers, to the city manager, to the city council members, to the police wives. I mean, it was just a really great thing. I really enjoyed it, and I hope everyone else did. And I think we are going to adjourn this meeting, and the time is 11:23, and we'll see everybody at the next council meeting.
Happy holidays, everybody. Have a nice Christmas.
Yes, happy holidays.
Thank you.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Bye.
Good job, Gama.
Yes, good job.
Sorry, I'm never going to get that one down. Oh, I want you to know I wrote it out 5 times too. I'm like, doing what?
That was good.
What's all